What if the most dangerous person in My Hero Academia had zero quirk and absolutely zero to give? Not a villain, not a hero. This kid shot All Might in front of everyone and then walked away like he had somewhere better to be. This is not your anime. This is a problem.
Welcome, Legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
Let me tell you about the most dangerous 15-year-old on the planet. Not the most powerful, not the flashiest, not the one with the strongest quirk or the biggest explosions or the fanciest costume. The most dangerous. There is a difference, and the difference is the reason half the criminal underworld in Japan pays its invoices on time now. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He has green hair, freckles, a face that would look right at home in a middle school yearbook under most likely to help you with your homework. That face is the last thing 87 people ever saw, and not one of them expected it to be. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Let me take you back. 5 years back, to the rooftop where everything started and everything ended at the same time. Izuku Midoriya was 10 years old when he met All Might. Not the poster, not the action figure. The real thing, 8 feet of sun gold muscle and teeth, and the kind of confidence that makes the air around him feel heavier. The #1 hero, the symbol of peace. The man whose face was on every billboard, every lunchbox, every bedroom wall in Japan. Izuku had dreamed about this moment for as long as he could remember. He had notebooks, 14 of them. Each one filled cover to cover with hero analysis, quirk breakdowns, combat pattern studies, statistical projections. He had studied All Might's fights the way chess grandmasters study openings. Frame by frame, blow by blow, he knew the man's signature moves, his reaction times, his tendencies in close quarters versus ranged combat. He knew that All Might favored his right side, that he pulled his punches against villains below a certain threat level, that his Detroit Smash had a 3.7-second recovery window when delivered at full output. Izuku knew all of this, and he was quirkless. That was the thing. The fact that sat in the back of every conversation, every classroom interaction, every doctor's visit since age 4. Quirkless. No telekinesis, no fire, no enhanced strength, no mutation, no emitter, no transformation. Just a kid with 2 joints in his pinky toe and a brain that would not stop working. In a world where 80% of the population could bend reality to their will, Izuku Midoriya was arithmetic in a room full of calculus. That is what they told him. That is what his classmates told him. That is what Katsuki Bakugo told him every single day with his fists and his quirk and his sharp, jagged words that smelled like nitroglycerin and contempt. So when Izuku grabbed onto All Might's leg during that rescue, when the hero launched himself into the sky and the kid just held on because he had one question that mattered more than breathing, and when they landed on that rooftop and Izuku asked the only question he had ever really needed answered, can someone without a quirk become a hero? He was not asking for reassurance. He was asking for permission. Permission to keep going. Permission to keep dreaming. Permission to believe that the thing burning in his chest was worth something in a world that had already told him it was not. All Might looked at him, and the look was worse than the answer. Because the look came first. Before the words. Before the careful, diplomatic phrasing. The look said everything. It was pity. It was the same look Izuku's mother gave him when she held him in the kitchen at 4 years old and apologized instead of encouraged. It was the look of a man who had already decided the answer and was trying to figure out how to deliver it gently. I'm sorry, kid. Without a quirk, being a hero is just not realistic. Izuku did not cry. Let me say that again, because it matters. Izuku Midoriya did not cry. Something in him wanted to. He could feel it sitting behind his eyes, building pressure, the way it always did. The way it had every time Bakugo shoved him, every time a teacher looked through him, every time his mother's smile got a little sadder around the edges. The tears were right there, ready, waiting. He killed them. Not metaphorically, he felt the impulse rise and he crushed it, deliberately, consciously. The way you'd grab a match and snap it between your fingers before it could reach the fuse. He felt the grief and the disappointment and the decade of hope crumbling in real time, and he took all of it and he shoved it into a box in his chest, and he slammed the lid shut, and he welded it closed. He was 10 years old. All Might said something else after that, something about other ways to help people, something about police work or support engineering or civilian rescue coordination. Izuku did not hear any of it. He was watching the soda bottle. All Might had been holding a 2-liter bottle of orange soda when he deflated, when the truth came out, when the emaciated, skeletal, bleeding from the mouth real version of the symbol of peace stood on that rooftop and told a 10-year-old that his dream was dead. Somewhere during the conversation, the bottle had slipped from All Might's hand. It tipped off the edge of the rooftop railing. Izuku watched it fall. The bottle spun twice. Caught the wind at 47 degrees. Shifted its axis, accelerated at 9.81 meters per second squared, hit the fire escape railing on the 3rd floor, deflected 14 degrees to the left, clipped a windowsill, shattered against the pavement 62 feet below, spraying orange across the concrete in a pattern that Izuku's brain mapped like a crime scene photo. He tracked every millisecond of that fall. He did not choose to. His brain just did it. Automatically. Instinctively. The way other people blink or breathe, he saw the arc, the speed, the angle of deflection, the point of impact, and the spray radius. He calculated all of it in the time it took the bottle to hit the ground, and something clicked. Not loudly. There was no soundtrack, no golden light, no voice from the heavens, just a quiet, cold, mechanical click somewhere deep in the architecture of his mind, like a gear finding its slot for the first time. Men with quirks can fly. A bullet travels faster. Izuku Midoriya walked off that rooftop with dry eyes and steady hands and a new understanding of exactly what he was. Not a hero, not a villain, not anything that had a name yet, just someone who could see trajectories the way other people see colors, someone whose brain was wired for angles and velocities and the cold, beautiful mathematics of objects in motion. He went home, he ate dinner, he told his mother he had a good day. He went to his room and he closed the door and he took every single one of his hero analysis notebooks, 14 of them, years of work, his entire childhood in ink and paper, and he put them in a box under his bed. He never opened them again. The next morning, he started a new notebook. This one did not have heroes in it. This one had physics equations, ballistic tables, wind resistance calculations, firearm schematics downloaded from deep web archives that a 10-year-old should not have been able to access but did, because Izuku Midoriya was not a normal 10-year-old. He was a 10-year-old who had just decided what he was going to be, and the first step was education. He taught himself to shoot with a slingshot. That sounds stupid. It is not. A slingshot operates on the same principles as a firearm in terms of trajectory, windage, and target acquisition. The projectile is slower, which actually makes the math harder. If you can consistently hit a moving target with a ball bearing at 40 meters using a slingshot, you can hit a stationary target with a bullet at 400 meters using a rifle. The fundamentals are identical. The weapon is irrelevant. The shooter is everything. Izuku practiced every day, before school, after school, weekends, holidays. He found an abandoned construction site on the edge of Musutafu and turned it into his range. Steel cans at 10 meters, then 20, then 40. Then he added wind, then he added movement, then he added obstacles, then he added multiple targets, then he added ricochet surfaces. By the time he was 11, he could bank a ball bearing off 2 surfaces and hit a target he could not directly see. Consistently. Not once, not twice. Every single time. By the time he was 12, he had moved to air guns, pellet rifles acquired through channels that, again, a 12-year-old should not have had access to. But Izuku had discovered something about the world in those 2 years of obsessive practice. The world had cracks. The system had gaps. And if you were smart enough and patient enough and quiet enough, You could slip through them like water through a fist. He practiced with the pellet rifle until he could shoot the wings off a fly at 30 meters. That is not a figure of speech. He actually did that. He sat on a rooftop in July with a thermal scope he had built himself from salvaged electronics and a tutorial he found on an Eastern European hobbyist forum, and he waited for a fly to land on a railing across the street, and he shot its wing off without killing it. Then he shot the other wing off. Then he put it out of its misery. He was 12 years old, and he could already do things that professional marksmen with decades of experience could not do. He did not tell anyone. He did not brag. He did not post about it online or keep a diary or confide in a friend. He did not have friends. He had a skill, and he was building it the way an engineer builds a bridge. One component at a time, tested under load, refined until it could not fail. At 13, everything changed. Izuku had been sneaking into junkyards and machine shops for months, teaching himself metalwork, electronics, microfabrication. His bedroom closet looked like a mad scientist's workshop. His mother thought he was building model robots for a school project. He was building his first wrist-mounted cannon. The design was elegant, compact, a miniaturized electromagnetically accelerated barrel system. Not gunpowder, which was loud and traceable, but electromagnetic propulsion, which was quieter, faster, and infinitely more customizable. He could change the muzzle velocity by adjusting the charge. He could switch between lethal and non-lethal loads. He could fire standard rounds, armor-piercing rounds, hollow points, rubber slugs, or anything else he could fit into the chamber. The first prototype exploded. The second one jammed. The third one worked. He strapped it to his wrist and fired it at a cinder block across the construction site. The round punched clean through and embedded itself in the concrete wall behind it. Izuku stood there, 13 years old, freckle-faced, green-haired, alone in an abandoned construction site at 2 a.m, with a weapon on his wrist that could kill a man from 200 meters away. He did not smile. He did not celebrate. He tested it 9 more times, documented the results, identified 3 flaws in the firing mechanism, and went home to fix them. By 14, he had 2 wrist cannons, 1 on each arm, matched pair, improved design, faster cycling, tighter grouping, modular ammunition chambers that could swap rounds in under a second. He also had the eyepiece. The eyepiece was his masterpiece, a cybernetic targeting monocle that sat over his right eye like a pirate's patch if pirates had access to military-grade computing hardware. It linked to a microprocessor he wore on a band under his sleeve. It calculated thermal signatures, ambient wind speed and direction, target velocity, distance, barometric pressure, humidity, and optimal trajectory in real time. It overlaid all of this on his visual field as a heads-up display. Green when conditions were optimal, yellow when adjustments were needed. Red when the shot was inadvisable. Izuku had never seen red. He built the eyepiece from parts he stole from a Quirktech research facility in downtown Musutafu. He got in through the ventilation system, bypassed 3 electronic locks using a signal scrambler he had also built himself, took what he needed, and left without triggering a single alarm. The security footage showed nothing. He had mapped the camera rotation patterns 3 weeks in advance. He was 14 years old, and he was ready. The first job came through a man named Jiran. Jiran was a broker, a middleman, a fixer who operated in the deep cracks between hero society and the criminal underworld. He connected buyers with sellers, clients with contractors, problems with solutions. He had heard about a kid, just rumors at first, whispers from low-level thugs who had seen something impossible. A boy in an alleyway in the warehouse district who put 6 ball bearings through 6 separate targets in under 2 seconds, from angles that should not have been physically possible. Jiran was skeptical. Jiran was always skeptical, but he was also smart enough to investigate. He found Izuku at the construction site, watched him practice for an hour from across the street through binoculars. Then he put the binoculars down and lit a cigarette and sat there for another 20 minutes just processing what he had seen. Then he walked across the street. "You're a kid," Jiran said. "And you've been watching me for an hour and 12 minutes, Izuku said without turning around. "You parked your car on the north side of the building. You smoke mild 7s. And you have a Taurus 9mm in a hip holster under your coat, which you haven't touched, which means you're either not here to threaten me or you're smart enough to know it wouldn't work. Jiran stared at him. I'm 14, Izuku said. Not an idiot. What do you want? Giran wanted to make him rich. The first contract was a Yakuza lieutenant named Haruki Tendo, mid-level enforcer for the Shi Hasaikai splinter group. He had been skimming profits and the organization wanted him removed quietly. The pay was 2 million yen. Izuku took 24 hours to prepare. He studied Tendo's routine, his commute, his habits, his security detail, his quirk. Tendo had a hardening quirk. His skin could become stone-like for short bursts, strong against fists and blades, worthless against a tungsten core round traveling at 900 meters per second. Izuku set up on a rooftop 400 meters from the restaurant where Tendo ate lunch every Thursday. At 12:42, Tendo sat down at his usual table by the window. The window was bulletproof glass, standard for Yakuza-affiliated establishments. Izuku had accounted for this. The round was designed to fragment on initial impact with the glass, creating a micro breach through which the secondary core would pass unimpeded. He fired once. Tendo was dead before the glass finished shattering. Izuku packed his equipment, descended the fire escape, walked 6 blocks to the train station and rode the 115 line home. He was back in his room by 2. He did his math homework. He made dinner for his mother because she was working late. That night, lying in bed, he waited for the guilt. It did not come. He had expected it to. He had planned for it, even. He had read about the psychological effects of taking a life. The shock, the nausea, the post-traumatic stress. He had prepared contingencies, breathing exercises, cognitive reframing techniques. A therapist's number he had memorized, though he would never call it, none of it was necessary. He felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not horror, not pride or shame or regret. He felt the same way he felt after completing a math problem or assembling a circuit board. The task was defined. The parameters were clear. He executed. The target was no longer alive. The contract was fulfilled. He turned off the light and went to sleep. Some people would read this and think he was a sociopath. He was not. Izuku Midoriya was perfectly capable of emotion. He loved his mother. He felt joy when he solved a particularly elegant engineering problem. He felt irritation when someone was loud for no reason. He felt a quiet, private satisfaction when his shot groupings tightened by a fraction of a degree. What he did not feel was conflict about the thing he had become. The world had told him he was nothing. The world had told him that without a quirk, he could not be anything that mattered. The world was wrong. And the world would learn that, one contract at a time. The second job came 2 weeks later, then the third, then the fourth. Each one was cleaner than the last, faster, more precise, more efficient. By the 5th job, Jiran stopped calling him Kid. By the 10th, the Yakuza stopped using his real name in communications and started using a code name, Deadshot. Izuku did not choose it. He never would have. It was too dramatic, too comic book. But the name stuck because it was accurate, and in the underworld, accuracy is the only currency that matters. By the 20th job, his rate had doubled. By the 40th, it had tripled. By the 60th, the major syndicates in Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto had standing agreements with Giran. They did not compete for Deadshot's time. They scheduled it, like booking a surgeon. You put in your request, you provided the target details, you transferred the deposit, and you waited. If the contract met his criteria, which were simple, no children, no bystanders, no biological weapons, then he accepted. If it did not, he declined. And nobody argued with his decisions, because the last person who tried to pressure Deadshot into taking a job he had declined ended up with a tungsten round embedded in the wall exactly 1 inch from his left ear, fired from a rooftop 3 buildings away through a window that had been closed at the time. The message was clear. Now let me tell you about the suit. Because the suit matters. At 14 and a half, Izuku designed his combat outfit. Not a costume. Not a uniform. An outfit. A tool, the same way his wrist cannons and his eyepiece were tools. It was red, deep, arterial red. A bodysuit made from a composite weave he had developed using stolen QuirkTech fiber samples. Lightweight, flexible, resistant to bladed weapons and low-caliber firearms. Over the bodysuit, silver armor plating at key points. Chest, shoulders, forearms, shins. The plating was ceramic titanium composite. It would stop most handgun rounds and reduce the impact of rifle rounds to non-lethal levels. The wrist cannons were integrated into the forearm armor. Seamless. The ammunition was housed in magazine wells along his forearms, each one holding 20 rounds. He carried 4 spare magazines in the utility compartment at the small of his back. The eyepiece was matte black. It sat over his right eye, covering the upper half of his face from the bridge of his nose to his temple. A single red lens glowed faintly when active, processing data at speeds that would make most computers stutter. He wore no mask. No hood, no helmet. This was a deliberate choice. In a world of heroes and villains who hid behind personas and costumes' secret identities, Izuku Midoriya walked into every job with his face bare. Green hair, freckles. A 15-year-old kid who looked like he should be studying for entrance exams, except for the guns on his wrists and the cold, flat nothing in his eyes. Nobody who saw his face lived long enough to report it. And the ones who did, the ones he let live because they were not part of the contract, could not prove a thing. There was no record, no file, no database entry. Deadshot was a ghost with a pulse. By age 15, Izuku Midoriya had taken 87 contracts. 87 confirmed kills, 0 misses, 0 failures, 0 collateral casualties, 0 traces, 87. And the underground stopped arguing about his rate. They just paid it. Because the alternative was not having access to the one person in the world who could guarantee a result. And in a world full of quirks, the most terrifying thing turned out to be a quirkless boy with perfect aim and absolutely no hesitation. That is who Izuku Midoriya was on the night Shigaraki Tomura walked into the bar. Now let me tell you how the world broke. The bar was called Tenmei. It sat on a street in the Camino Ward that did not appear on any official map. You could walk past the entrance 100 times and never notice it. The door was painted the same color as the wall. There was no sign. The only people who found Tenmei were people who already knew where it was, and the only people who knew where it was were people who had business there. Izuku sat in a booth in the back corner. He always sat in the back corner. Sightlines to both exits. Wall at his back. The booth was positioned so that anyone approaching from the front would have to cross 12 meters of open floor, which was more than enough distance for Izuku to put 4 rounds into them before they got close enough to be a problem. He was not expecting trouble. He was drinking tea. Green tea, hot, no sugar. He was reading a ballistics journal on his phone. He was, to the casual observer, exactly what he appeared to be. A kid who had no business being in a bar like this, sitting in a booth like that, looking as relaxed as a cat in a sunbeam. The casual observer would be wrong about the last part. Izuku was never relaxed. He was always calculating. Even now, sipping tea, scrolling through an article about subsonic round fragmentation patterns, his eyepiece was passive scanning the room. 6 patrons, 3 at the bar, 2 at a table near the door, 1 in the restroom. The bartender had a shock quirk. Izuku could see the faint electric discharge in the thermal overlay. One of the men at the bar had a concealed firearm. The man in the restroom was on the phone. None of them were a threat. The door opened. 2 people walked in. The first was a man in a black suit, tall, well-dressed, impeccable posture. He had no face, just a smooth, featureless surface where his head should be, broken only by a pair of yellow eyes that glowed like distant headlights. Mist curled around his body like he was made of it. Warpgate quirk, Kurogiri. Izuku recognized him from the intelligence files Giron maintained on major players in the underground. High-level villain, lieutenant class. Dangerous in the way a locked door is dangerous. He did not need to be strong when he could simply put you somewhere you did not want to be. The second was younger. Thin. Pale, dry skin visible even from across the room, cracked and flaking like old paint. A hand, an actual severed hand, was attached to his face, fingers splayed across his features like a parasite. He wore dark clothes. He moved with the nervous, twitchy energy of someone who was either very unstable or very dangerous. Usually both. Shigaraki Tomura. Leader of the League of Villains. Quirk Decay. 5-point contact disintegration. Anything he touched with all 5 fingers crumbled to ash. Izuku set down his tea. He did not reach for his wrist cannons. He did not tense. He noted the threat levels. Kurogiri was the bigger tactical problem due to the warp gate. Shigaraki was the bigger combat problem due to instant kill quirk, and he waited. They crossed the floor, 12 meters. Izuku counted their steps out of habit. Shigaraki moved like a predator who had never learned how to pretend he was not one. Kurogiri moved like a butler. They reached the booth. Kurogiri spoke first, polite, measured. "Good evening. You are Deadshot?" Izuku looked at him. "You're Kurogiri, he's Shigaraki Tomura. You walked in through the front door instead of warping directly to the booth, which means you wanted the people in this bar to see you, which means you're sending a message to someone, or you're stupid. I'm going to assume it's the first one." Silence from Kurogiri, a scratching sound from Shigaraki, fingers on his own neck digging into the dry skin, an involuntary tick. "Sit down," Izuku said. They sat. Kurogiri produced a briefcase from somewhere within his mist. It was black, leather, expensive. He set it on the table and slid it across to Izuku with both hands. Izuku looked at it. He did not open it. "What's the job?" he said. Shigaraki leaned forward with the hand on his face shifted as he moved, and for a moment through the gaps between the fingers, Izuku could see his eyes. Red. Bloodshot. Hungry. "All Might," Shigaraki said. His voice was dry, scratchy, like sandpaper on rust. "We want you to kill All Might." The bar did not go quiet because nobody else was listening. The 6 patrons and the bartender were studiously minding their own business because that was how you survived in a place like Tenmei. You did not hear things. You did not see things. You drank your drink and you left and you forgot you were ever there. Izuku opened the briefcase. Money. Stacks of it. Neat, banded, sorted by denomination. He scanned it without touching it. His eyepiece did a quick volume calculation, cross-referenced the denomination distribution, and projected a total 500 million yen. That was more than double his highest ever contract fee. It was enough to buy a building. It was enough to disappear. It was enough to retire and live comfortably for the rest of his life, assuming he invested even moderately well. Izuku's expression did not change. He looked at the money the way he looked at everything, like a variable in an equation, like a data point, like another factor to process before arriving at a decision. "All Might," he said. "All Might," Shigaraki repeated. The scratching on his neck intensified. "The symbol of peace, the man who holds this rotten society together with his stupid smile. Kill him." Izuku leaned back in the booth. He ran the math. Not the money, the physics, the logistics, the operational reality of what was being asked. All Might, the #1 hero, the most physically powerful being on the planet. A man who could change the weather with a punch. A man who could move faster than most people could perceive. A man whose durability was, by every available estimate, sufficient to withstand military-grade ordnance without critical damage. That was the public All Might. The poster. The billboard. The myth. Izuku knew about the other one. He knew about the injury. The fight with All for One 6 years ago. The massive wound to the torso. The reduced operational capacity. He knew that All Might's hero form was a performance now. A limited-time transformation that he could only maintain for a shrinking number of hours per day. He knew the man was dying. Slowly. Inevitably. The world's greatest hero was a house fire pretending to be a bonfire, and Izuku had known this since the day on the rooftop when the skeleton coughed blood and told him his dream was impossible. He also knew where the injury was. Left side. Torso. The scar tissue was the weak point, the area where the regeneration was incomplete, where the muscle wall was thinnest, where a precisely aimed round with sufficient penetrating power could. Yes. It was possible. Difficult. Extraordinarily difficult. The timing window would be measured in fractions of a second. The shot would need to be taken during a specific type of movement. A recovery phase after a high-output attack when All Might's defensive posture dropped for just a moment. The round would need to be something exceptional. Standard ammunition would not work. Even armor-piercing would not work. All Might's body, even weakened, was beyond anything conventional, but there was a solution for that. Depleted uranium, Izuku said. Shigaraki stopped scratching. What? The round. It needs to be a custom-fabricated depleted uranium armor-piercing penetrator. Standard AP won't breach his tissue density even at the weak point. Tungsten won't either. Depleted uranium is self-sharpening on impact. The round actually gets sharper as it penetrates, which means it doesn't lose kinetic efficiency against dense targets. I'll need a custom fabrication. The round, the sabot, the propulsion charge, all of it designed from scratch for this specific target. He said this the way someone else might describe a grocery list. No inflection. No drama, just specifications. Kurogiri's yellow eyes shifted. Shigaraki's hands went still. The fabrication cost is on top of the base rate, Izuku said. Not included. I'll need access to a QuirkTech metallurgy lab for the manufacturing process. I have a contact who can provide the workspace, but the raw materials come from you. 3 kilograms of depleted uranium, weapons grade, a molecular bonding press, and a clean room. Done, Kurogiri said without looking at Shigaraki. Whatever you need. Izuku's eyes moved to Shigaraki. The man was vibrating. Not with anger, with excitement. The kind of manic, barely contained energy that Izuku had seen before in clients who were driven by something deeper than strategy. Shigaraki did not want All Might dead because it was tactically sound. He wanted All Might dead because it was personal. That was fine. Personal motivations made clients predictable. Predictable clients were easy to manage. Terms, Izuku said. Name them, Kurogiri replied. 1. The base rate in this briefcase is the floor, not the ceiling. Kill confirmation triggers a bonus equal to 50% of the base. That brings the total to 750 million. Agreed. 2. I work alone, no backup, no league members in my operational zone. If I find out someone from your organization is within 200 meters of my position during the operation, I will assume they are a threat, and I will treat them accordingly. We have our own plans for the operation, Shigaraki said. His voice had a whine to it now. Petulant. We're not just going to sit back and... I don't care about your plans, Izuku said. I care about mine. Your people can do whatever they want, wherever they want, as long as it is not within 200 meters of my firing position. If your plans put bodies in my sight line, those bodies become my problem, and I solve my problems the same way I solve everything else. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. Kurogiri placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. A gentle, restraining pressure. Understood, Kurogiri said. And the third term? 3. The contract is All Might. Only All Might. If anyone changes the scope of the contract after execution begins, the deal is void and I keep the base rate as a cancellation fee. I do not do scope creep. I do not do improvisation. I do not do last-minute add-ons. The target is defined. The target is singular. All Might. That is it. Silence. Shigaraki leaned forward. The hand on his face cast shadows across the table, and his eyes between the fingers were bearable and absolutely, completely insane. You're very confident, he said, for a kid with no quirk. Izuku looked at him, held his gaze, did not blink. You're paying 500 million yen to a kid with no quirk, he said. What does that tell you? Shigaraki stared at him. Then he laughed. It was an ugly sound, a laugh that had been broken and reassembled wrong, like a toy that played the wrong tune when you wound it. I like you, Shigaraki said. You're almost as crazy as I am. No, Izuku said. I'm not crazy. I'm expensive. There's a difference. He closed the briefcase, snapped the latches, slid it to the edge of the table and stood. Give me 72 hours, he said. I need the uranium delivered to a location I'll send through Giron. Once the round is fabricated, I'll need the operational details. Time, location, layout. Everything you know about the venue and the engagement conditions. The venue is a training facility called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, Kurogiri said. Attached to UA High School, the attack is scheduled for... Don't tell me here, Izuku said. Encrypted channel only. Giron will provide the routing. He picked up the briefcase, looked at them one more time. 72 hours. Don't contact me before then. He walked out of the bar. The 6 patrons did not look up. The bartender wiped a glass. The door closed behind him. Outside, the Camino ward was dark and loud with the sounds of a city that never fully slept. Neon signs flickered in languages both legal and otherwise. A hero patrol flew overhead, some sidekick in a blue costume running a routine sweep, absolutely oblivious to what had just been set in motion in the building below. Izuku walked, briefcase in hand, eyepiece active, scanning. His heart rate was 62 beats per minute. It had not changed since before Shigaraki walked in. He had just accepted a contract to kill the strongest man alive. His pulse did not care. 72 hours. Izuku used every second. The first 12 hours were spent on the round. Giron's network came through, a decommissioned QuirkTech fabrication lab in an industrial district south of Yokohama. The depleted uranium arrived in a lead-lined case delivered by a courier who did not make eye contact and left immediately. Smart man, Izuku worked alone. He always worked alone. The fabrication process was exacting. The DU core needed to be machined to tolerances measured in microns. Too thick, and the round would not achieve the velocity needed to penetrate. Too thin, and it would fragment prematurely. The sabot, the casing that would guide the core through the barrel, had to be designed specifically for his wrist cannon's electromagnetic rail system, which meant custom dimensions, custom weight distribution, custom magnetic properties. He fabricated 6 rounds. He only needed 1. But redundancy was not paranoia. It was professionalism. Each round was 73 millimeters long and 12 millimeters in diameter. The core was pure depleted uranium, sheathed in a carbon fiber sabot designed to peel away cleanly after leaving the barrel. At the muzzle velocity his wrist cannons could achieve, 1.4 kilometers per second, nearly 4 times the speed of sound, the round would deliver approximately 47 kilojoules of kinetic energy to a target area the size of a coin. For reference, that was roughly equivalent to being hit by a small car moving at highway speed, concentrated into a point the width of a pencil, and it would get sharper as it went through. The next 24 hours were spent on reconnaissance, the unforeseen simulation joint. USJ, a massive training facility owned and operated by UA High School, the most prestigious hero academy in Japan. It was designed to simulate disaster scenarios, floods, fires, landslides, urban collapse. The facility was dome-shaped, enormous, containing multiple biome zones arranged around a central plaza. It had been built by the Hero 13, a space-themed rescue specialist, and it was used primarily for first-year Hero Course students to practice rescue operations. Izuku obtained the facility blueprints through Giron's network. Original architectural plans, not the sanitized public versions. He studied them for 6 hours straight. Every entrance, every exit, every structural support, every ventilation shaft, every maintenance corridor, every camera position, every blind spot. He identified his firing position within the first hour. The upper gantry, a maintenance walkway that ran along the interior perimeter of the dome, approximately 40 meters above the central plaza. It was not part of the public-facing facility design. It was a maintenance access route used by support staff for cleaning and equipment checks. It was not monitored by the facility's internal security system because it was considered a non-combat zone. It was accessible through a service door on the exterior of the building, which could be reached from the roof via a maintenance ladder, 40 meters elevation. Clear sight lines to the central plaza. No obstructions. Minimal wind interference due to the dome's enclosed environment. Perfect. The shot distance from the gantry to the center of the plaza was approximately 120 meters, depending on the target's exact position. At that range, with his wrist cannons, the margin of error was effectively 0. The DU round would cross that distance in less than 1/10 of a second. All Might would not be able to react. No one would. The challenge was not the shot. The challenge was the timing. All Might would not be standing still. He would be fighting, moving, attacking. His speed in combat was extraordinary, reaction times measured in single-digit milliseconds, movement speed approaching Mach 1 in short bursts. Izuku could not simply aim and fire. He needed to predict. He needed to know with absolute certainty where All Might would be at the exact moment the round arrived. This was where the 5 years of obsessive study paid off. Izuku knew All Might's combat patterns better than anyone alive. He had analyzed over 400 recorded fights. He had mapped the man's movement tendencies, his attack sequences, his recovery frames. He knew that after a full-power right straight, the Texas Smash, All Might's left side would be exposed for approximately 0.4 seconds as he reset his stance. He knew that the exposure was consistent. He had observed it in 63 separate engagements, 0.4 seconds. That was his window. 0.4 of a second to fire a round at a target moving at superhuman speed, hit a specific point on his left torso, the old injury site, which Izuku had triangulated using comparative analysis of news footage from before and after the all-for-one fight, and penetrate deeply enough to cause critical damage, 0.4 of a second. For anyone else on the planet, it would be impossible. Izuku ran the simulation in his head 11 times. He adjusted for variables. He accounted for contingencies. He built a decision tree that covered 14 possible engagement scenarios, each with its own firing solution. Then he ran it 11 more times. Then he was satisfied. The final 36 hours were preparation, physical preparation, equipment check, route planning, entry timing, extraction timing, contingency routes in case of compromise, medical supplies in case of injury, communication protocols with Guran in case of emergency. He ate well. He slept 8 hours. He stretched. He did not practice at the range because he did not need to. His hands were steady and his aim was perfect, and no amount of additional practice would improve what was already at the theoretical limit of human capability. On the morning of the operation, he woke at 4 a.m. He made breakfast for himself and his mother. Eggs, rice, miso soup. His mother was already awake. She was always awake early, working her second job remotely, filling out data entry forms for a logistics company that paid barely enough to cover the electric bill. "You're up early," Inko said, smiling at him from the kitchen table. She looked tired. She always looked tired. But the smile was real. "I have something to take care of today," Izuku said. He set her breakfast in front of her. "School project? Something like that." She reached up and touched his cheek. Her hand was soft, warm. She had no idea what her son did for a living. She thought the money that mysteriously supplemented their income was from a tech repair side business Izuku ran online. She thought the late nights were him staying up coding. She thought the eyepiece he wore sometimes was a prototype gadget he was developing for a robotics competition. She was a good mother. A kind woman who had been dealt a hard hand and played it with grace, and Izuku loved her in a way that he loved nothing else in his life. "Be careful," she said. She always said that. "Always," he said. He always said that. He kissed her on the forehead, went to his room, locked the door. He opened the hidden panel in his closet. The suit was there, folded precisely, each component in its designated position. The wrist cannons, the armor plating, the eyepiece, the 6 depleted uranium rounds, each one nestled in a custom foam insert. He suited up in 4 minutes. Every piece fit perfectly. Every buckle, every seal, every magnetic clamp tested and verified. He loaded the DU rounds into a dedicated magazine and slotted it into his right wrist cannon. The regular ammunition, standard tungsten AP rounds, went into both primary magazines. 40 rounds total. More than enough. He activated the eyepiece. The HUD blinked to life. Systems nominal. Calibration nominal. Targeting suite nominal. He looked at himself in the mirror on the back of his closet door. Red suit, silver armor, green hair, freckles. The glowing red eyepiece over his right eye made him look like something out of a science fiction movie. A character. A villain. A nightmare. He did not see any of that. He saw a professional dressed for work. Izuku Midoriya left his apartment through the window. He scaled the fire escape to the roof. He crossed 4 buildings at a dead sprint. The eyepiece guiding his path in real time, highlighting footholds, calculating jump distances, and descended into the rail yard district, where he had a motorcycle stashed in a storage unit under a false name. The ride to UA took 47 minutes. He arrived 2 hours before the scheduled class visit to the USJ. 2 hours was more than enough. UA High School was a fortress, the most secure educational institution in Japan, maybe the world. It had walls, it had gates, it had sensors, it had hero-grade security systems designed by the best support engineers in the country, maintained and monitored around the clock. Izuku bypassed all of it in 11 minutes. Not because the security was bad. It was excellent. But Izuku had spent 3 days studying it, and he had identified what every security system in the world eventually revealed, if you looked hard enough. The human element. Machines did not get tired. Machines did not take breaks. Machines did not have shift changes or bathroom trips or momentary lapses in attention. But the people who monitored the machines did. And at 7:43 a.m. on a Wednesday, the overnight security team was handing off to the day shift, and for approximately 90 seconds, there was a gap in the sensor monitoring rotation as the incoming team logged in and the outgoing team logged out. 90 seconds. That was all he needed. He cut through the eastern perimeter fence at a point obscured by a maintenance building's shadow. He sprinted across 40 meters of open ground in under 5 seconds. He reached the USJ's exterior wall and scaled it using magnetic grip pads on his gloves and boots. Another piece of stolen quirk tech repurposed. He was on the roof of the USJ dome at 7:45 a.m. The service door to the upper gantry was locked with a standard electronic bolt. He bypassed it with a signal override in 3 seconds. Inside, the USJ was empty, cavernous, massive. The dome stretched overhead like an artificial sky, and below him the simulation zones spread out in a massive ring around the central plaza. The flood zone, a lake of actual water with a faux shipwreck. The downpour zone, rigged with rain simulators. The mountain zone, all artificial rock faces and cliff formations. The ruin zone, a collapsed cityscape. The fire zone, structures rigged with controlled flame generators. And in the center, the wide open plaza with its fountain and stairway entrance. Izuku walked the gantry. His footsteps made no sound. The boots were soled with vibration-dampening material. He mapped the space in real time, the eyepiece cataloging every surface, every angle, every potential ricochet point. He selected his primary firing position, a section of the gantry directly above the central plaza's northwest quadrant, where a structural support beam provided both cover and a stable shooting rest. He knelt, tested the angles, ran the targeting software through 3 simulation passes. The HUD showed green across all parameters. He set up and he waited. 2 hours is a long time to wait in a crouched position on a metal walkway 40 meters above a concrete floor. Most people would get restless, fidgety, anxious. Izuku became perfectly still. His breathing slowed to 8 cycles per minute. His heart rate dropped to 56. His body was a machine in standby mode, conserving energy, maintaining readiness, waiting for the input that would activate the system. He thought about nothing. He planned for everything, but he did not think. Thinking was for before the operation and after the operation. During the operation, there was only the math and the moment. At 9:30 a.m., the front doors opened. Students filed in, 20 of them. First-year hero course, Class 1A. They were loud, excited, wearing their hero costumes, bright colors, dramatic designs, all the personality and none of the subtlety. They looked like what they were, children playing dress-up, pretending to be something they had not yet earned. Izuku watched them through the eyepiece. It tagged each one automatically, cross-referencing facial recognition against the A student database he had acquired through Jiran's network, Bakugo Katsuki. Explosion quirk. Izuku's eyepiece highlighted him in amber, threat level moderate. Not because of the quirk, but because Bakugo was unpredictable. Todoroki Shoto, half cold, half hot. Highlighted in amber as well, son of the number 2 hero, powerful, controlled, a potential complication. Uraraka Ochako, 0 gravity, low threat. Ida Tenya, engine, low threat but high mobility. Yaoyorozu Momo, creation, potentially high threat if she manufactured a weapon or shield. Asuit Suyu, frog, low threat. The eyepiece kept cataloging. Izuku dismissed each one. None of them were his concern. They were scenery, background noise. His target was not among them. 2 adults accompanied the class. Aizawa Shota, hero name Eraserhead, and 13. Aizawa was flagged amber. His erasure quirk would be irrelevant against Izuku. There was nothing to erase, but his combat skills were genuine. 23 years of professional hero work, hand-to-hand specialist. Capture weapon, a reinforced alloy fiber scarf that functioned as both restraint and grappling tool. Izuku noted him, filed him, moved on. 13 was flagged green, non-combatant. Rescue specialist, not a factor. The class descended the stairs to the central plaza. 13 began a speech about the nature of rescue operations, the responsibility of quirk usage, the difference between fighting and saving. Izuku did not listen. He was watching the clock. According to the operational intel Kurogiri had provided, the League's assault would begin at approximately 9:50 a.m. Kurogiri would open a warp gate in the center of the plaza, through which a strike force of low-level villains would pour. The purpose was chaos. Distraction. The villains were expendable, pawns designed to scatter the students and occupy Aizawa while the real operation took place. The real operation was twofold. 1. The Nomu, a bioengineered anti-All Might weapon specifically designed to match and exceed his strength, would engage All Might directly. 2. Izuku would take the shot. Izuku did not know the full details of the Nomu. Shigaraki had been vague, and Izuku had not pressed. It was not his concern. His concern was the shot. Everything else was someone else's problem. 9:47 a.m., the lights in the USJ flickered. The fountain in the central plaza sputtered. Static crackled across the facility's internal communication system. Here we go. The warp gate opened. It was exactly as Kurogiri had described, a massive swirling portal of dark purple energy, erupting from the center of the plaza like a wound in the air. Through it came the villains. Dozens of them. Mutants, emitters, transformers, a ragged army of bottom feeders and opportunists recruited from the fringes of the criminal underworld with promises of glory and cash and a chance to kill a hero. The students froze. Most of them had never seen a real villain up close. The difference between training and reality hit them like a wall. Aizawa did not freeze. His goggles dropped, his scarf snapped to attention around his shoulders. He turned to the class with a command that was sharp enough to cut glass. Stay together, do not engage. 13. Protect the students. Then he jumped. Down the stairs, across the plaza, into the swarm. Say what you want about Aizawa Shota. The man was not a symbol or a spectacle or a headline. He was a grinder. A professional in the truest sense. He hit the first villain before they even knew he was there. Scarf wrapping a mutant type's legs, a boot to the jaw, already pivoting to the next target. His erasure flicked on and off like a strobe light, shutting down quirks in split-second bursts, just long enough to land the hit, just long enough to equalize the odds. Izuku watched this from the gantry. He respected it. Aizawa was efficient, dangerous. Exactly the kind of opponent Izuku preferred to avoid engaging unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, it was going to be necessary. Below, the warp gate expanded. Kurogiri's form materialized at the top of the stairs, directly in front of the students. His misty body spread wide, blocking the exit. I would advise against leaving, Kurogiri said, his voice carrying the polished courtesy of a man who was about to ruin your life. We have taken the liberty of jamming your communication systems. No signal will leave this facility. No help is coming. The students reacted. Panic from some. Defiance from others. Bakugo lunged forward with a snarl and an explosion, but Kurogiri simply warped around the blast, untouched. The mist expanded. Students scattered, warp gates opened beneath several of them. They vanished, teleported to different zones across the USJ. Kurogiri had separated the class. Divide and conquer. Izuku tracked the dispersal through his eyepiece. It tagged the locations as students vanished. Bakugo and Kirishima, the ruin zone. Todoroki, the landslide zone. Asui and Mineta, the flood zone. Kaminari and Jiru, the mountain zone. Others scattered to other zones. Each one was now isolated, cut off, surrounded by villains in an unfamiliar environment with no communication and no backup. The situation was, from a tactical standpoint, a total disaster for the students. From Izuku's perspective, it was exactly what he needed. Chaos was cover. The more scattered everyone was, the less likely anyone would notice a shot from the gantry until after it had already landed. He settled in. Eyepiece active. Targeting software humming. DU magazine loaded. Right wrist cannon charged and ready. Now all he needed was All Might. He checked the time. 9:52 a.m. According to the intel, All Might was supposed to be at the USJ today. He was supposed to be one of the supervising teachers. The fact that he was not here when the class arrived suggested he was late. That happened. All Might's schedule was increasingly erratic. As his hero form's time limit shrank, he would come. The distress signal might be jammed internally, but someone would notice. UA's monitoring systems would flag the anomaly. And when they did, All Might would come, because that was who he was. The symbol of peace did not ignore a crisis involving students. All Izuku had to do was wait, and while he waited, he watched. The eyepiece fed him data continuously. Student positions, villain positions, engagement patterns. Movement. He saw Aizawa in the plaza below, still fighting. The man was a machine. He had dropped 9 villains in the first 30 seconds. His scarf whipped and coiled like a living thing, and his erasure shut down quirk after quirk with clinical precision. But he was losing. The numbers were too much. For every villain Aizawa dropped, 2 more pressed in. His movements were slowing, not dramatically, but enough that Izuku's eyepiece flagged the declining velocity. Fatigue. Accumulated microdamage. The dry eye problem that was a known limitation of the erasure quirk. Aizawa could not keep his eyes open indefinitely, and every blink was a window where the quirks came back. It was a matter of time. Izuku noted this and moved on. Aizawa's fate was not his concern. Then his eyepiece flagged something in the mountain zone. 2 students, Kaminari Denki and Jiro Kyoka, surrounded by 6 villains, with more approaching from the northeast ridge. Kaminari's electrical discharge quirk was keeping the close-range attackers at bay, but he was burning through his capacity. Every discharge made the next one weaker. He was a battery draining in real time. Jiro was covering his flank. Her earphone jacks, long, cord-like extensions from her earlobes, which she could plug into surfaces to transmit or receive vibrations, were plugged into the ground, monitoring enemy movement through seismic feedback. Smart. She was tracking the approaching reinforcements. But there was a problem. One of the villains, a thin man with a speed enhancement quirk, had circled behind them while Kaminari's lightning show drew everyone's attention to the front. He was moving along the ridgeline, silent, knife in hand, approaching Jiro from her 6 o'clock. Jiro's earphone jacks were plugged into the ground, not the rock face behind her. She was getting vibrations from the approaching group to the northeast, not from the single figure coming up the slope behind her. A blind spot. Understandable. She was prioritizing the larger threat. The villain with the knife was 15 meters behind her and closing, Izuku calculated. The mountain zone was approximately 200 meters from his gantry position, at a lower elevation and across the flood zone. That was too far for a reliable shot with his wrist cannons. The electromagnetic propulsion system was optimized for engagement ranges under 150 meters, and at 200 meters, environmental interference from the USJ's climate simulation systems would degrade accuracy below his acceptable threshold. He could not take the shot from here. He ran the alternatives. If the villain killed Jiro, it would not affect his contract. She was not part of the job. Her death would be irrelevant to the outcome. Izuku considered this for approximately 1.5 seconds. Then he moved. Let me be clear about something. Izuku Midoriya did not move because he felt pity or compassion or heroic obligation. He was not a hero. He had no interest in being a hero. What he did have was a reason, and the reason was tactical. He needed the environment controlled. When All Might arrived, Izuku needed a clean sight line, a controlled engagement zone, and no active combatants near his position who could compromise the shot. The mountain zone was adjacent to his planned fallback route. If the situation there deteriorated, if students were killed, if villains consolidated, it could create an unpredictable variable near his extraction path. Controlling the mountain zone was operational hygiene. It was maintenance. It was Izuku Midoriya doing his job the way he always did. Completely, thoroughly, and without loose ends. That is what he told himself. He told him drop from the gantry. The fall was 40 meters. He landed on a structural beam 15 meters down, absorbed the impact with a roll, dropped again to a catwalk 10 meters below that, and then swung himself onto the ground level near the flood zone perimeter. Total descent time, 4 seconds. He hit the ground running. The mountain zone was 170 meters west. He crossed the distance in 22 seconds, moving through the transitional terrain between zones. Artificial rock formations, pipes, scaffolding, with the kind of speed and efficiency that only someone who had memorized the facility blueprint could manage. The villain with the knife was now 7 meters behind Jiro. Izuku came around a rock face into the mountain zone and immediately assessed. 6 villains in front, 1 behind. Kaminari discharging weakly on the left. Jiro crouched on the right, jacks in the ground, focused forward. The knife villain raised his arm. Izuku's right wrist cannon was already aimed, but the shot was blocked. A rock formation between him and the target, plus Jiro's head directly in the line of fire. No clean path, so he made one. He fired. Not at the villain. At a rock face to his left, 30 degrees off angle. The tungsten AP round hit the stone, deflected at a calculated angle, struck a metal ventilation pipe that jutted from the artificial mountain's surface. Deflected again, tighter angle now, steeper, and hit the villain between the eyes. 1 round. 2 deflections, 1 kill. From 20 meters through 2 ricochet surfaces, past an obstruction with a student's head 3 feet below the flight path. The villain's body dropped. The knife clattered on the rocks. Jiro spun. Her earphone jacks ripped from the ground and whipped behind her as she turned, her body dropping into a combat stance that was instinct more than training. She saw the dead villain on the ground behind her. She saw the knife. She saw how close it had been. 3 feet, maybe less. Then she looked up. Izuku was standing 20 feet away. Red suit, silver armor, green hair. A faint wisp of smoke curling from his right wrist cannon. The eyepiece glowed red over his right eye, and the rest of his face was exactly what it always was. Young, freckled, and completely utterly devoid of expression. Jiro stared at him. Kaminari stared at him. The 5 remaining villains in front of them stared at him. Nobody moved for about 2 seconds. 2 seconds is a long time when a stranger in a red suit has just killed someone with a ricochet shot that should not have been physically possible. Jiro's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "What the?" "You're Jax," Izuku said. His voice was flat, conversational, like he was commenting on the weather. "You were using them for seismic monitoring. Good instinct. But you were only reading horizontal vibrations through the ground plane. Vertical surfaces carry different frequency signatures. Plug into the rock wall behind you next time. You'll get a 360-degree read instead of a 180. Jiro blinked. "Who the hell are you?" Kaminari said. His voice cracked on the last word. Sparks were still dancing around his forearms, but they were weak. Flickering. He was almost spent. Izuku did not answer. He was already looking at the 5 villains. His eyepiece was tagging them. Threat assessments scrolled across his HUD, Villain 1, Mutant Type, Extended Arms, Low Threat, Distance 12 meters. Villain 2, Emitter, some kind of acid quirk based on the chemical residue the eyepiece was detecting on his hands, Moderate Threat at close range, Distance 14 meters. Villain 3, Transformation Type, Partial Rock Body, Enhanced Durability, Moderate Threat, Distance 11 meters. Villain 4, Speed Enhancement, already repositioning, flanking left, Moderate Threat. Distance 16 meters Todd. Villain 5, Unknown Quirk, hanging back, possibly a long-range emitter, High Threat due to uncertainty. Distance 22 meters, 5 targets, 40 rounds in his magazines. This was not a fight. This was a math problem with 5 solutions, all of which involved trigonometry and terminal ballistics. "Get behind me," Izuku said to Jiro and Kaminari. He did not say it with urgency or emotion. He said it the way a surgeon says, "Scalpel." A simple instruction for people who would either follow it or become obstacles. Jiro moved. Immediately, she grabbed Kaminari's arm and pulled him back, behind a rock formation. Her instincts were sharp. She did not argue, did not question, did not posture. She read the room and she acted. Izuku noted this, filed it. The villains charged. Villain 4 came first. Speed enhancement, closing the distance fast, circling left to flank. Izuku tracked him through the eyepiece without turning his head. Waited until the man was 15 meters out and committed to his attack vector, then fired once with his left wrist cannon. The round caught the villain in the kneecap. He went down screaming, momentum carrying him into a skid across the rocky ground. Villain 1 reached him next, those extended arms swinging wide in a grapple attempt. Izuku sidestepped, not dramatically, not athletically, just a calm pivot to the right that put him outside the reach of those arms, and fired twice into the villain's chest at point-blank range. Rubber slugs, non-lethal. The man folded like a lawn chair. He was using non-lethals on the low threats, not out of mercy, out of efficiency. Lethal rounds meant bodies. Bodies meant investigations. Investigations meant complications. The contract was all might. Everything else was noise, and noise was managed, not amplified. Villain 2 came in hot, hands dripping acid, screaming something incoherent. Izuku fired a round at the ground 2 meters in front of the man. The tungsten slug hit the stone and fragmented, sending a spray of shrapnel and rock dust into the villain's face. He stumbled, blinded. Izuku closed the distance in 3 steps and put a rubber slug into his solar plexus. Down. Villain 3, the rock body, took a different approach. He stopped charging and instead ripped a chunk of artificial mountainside free and hurled it. A boulder the size of a washing machine, launched with quirk-enhanced strength, spinning through the air at Izuku's head. Izuku did not dodge. He fired 3 rounds in rapid succession at the boulder's leading edge. Each round hit the same point, within a centimeter of each other, creating a stress fracture that split the boulder in half. The 2 halves sailed past him on either side, close enough that he felt the displaced air ruffle his hair. Then he shot the rock-body villain in both knees. The rubber slugs bounced off the stone-covered legs without effect. Izuku had expected this. He adjusted, fired a tungsten AP round at the ground directly in front of the villain's feet, the impact blasting a hole in the stone floor and throwing the man off balance. As the villain stumbled, Izuku closed the distance, ducked under a wild swing, and pressed the muzzle of his right wrist cannon against the gap between the rock plates on the villain's neck, the only exposed flesh. "Stop moving," Izuku said. The villain stopped moving. Izuku pulled the trigger. Another rubber slug at contact range to the side of the neck, enough force to scramble the man's equilibrium and drop him without causing permanent damage. The villain hit the ground, conscious but completely unable to stand or coordinate his limbs. 4 down, 1 left. Villain 5. The unknown. The one who had been hanging back. Izuku turned to face him. The man was still 22 meters away, partially obscured by a rock formation. He had not moved. He had not attacked. He had watched 4 of his allies get dismantled in under 15 seconds, and he was reassessing. Smart. Izuku respected that. "Walk away," Izuku said. The villain hesitated. He looked at the 4 bodies on the ground. He looked at the smoking wrist cannons. He looked at the red eyepiece glowing in the dim light of the mountain zone. He walked away. Turned and jogged, actually, back toward the far edge of the zone, disappearing into the artificial rock formations. Izuku watched him go. If the man circled back, the eyepiece would flag it. If he did not, 1 fewer variable to manage. Either way, he swept the zone. Eyepiece on full scan. No additional threats within a 100-meter radius. The approaching reinforcements Jiro had detected earlier had apparently heard the gunshots and reconsidered their approach. Smart villains lived longer than brave villains. The mountain zone was clear. Izuku turned back to where Jiro and Kaminari were crouched behind the rock formation. Jiro was watching him. Her expression was complicated. There were at least 4 different things happening on her face at once, and Izuku could read all of them because reading faces was just another form of pattern recognition. Layer 1. Fear. Justified. She had just watched a stranger put down 5 villains in 15 seconds with weapons she had never seen before, using shots that violated her understanding of physics. Layer 2. Confusion. Also justified. She did not know who he was, why he was here, or what side he was on. Layer 3. Anger. Less obvious, but it was there in the set of her jaw and the tension in her earphone jacks, which had coiled tight against her body like defensive mechanisms. She was angry at being caught off guard, angry at the dead villain behind her, angry at needing to be saved. Layer 4, underneath everything else, so faint that most people would not have noticed it. Respect. Grudging, unwilling, barely acknowledged respect. Because Kyokajiru was many things. Sharp, cool, guarded, defensive, but she was also honest. And the honest part of her brain was looking at what Izuku had just done and recognizing it for what it was. Skill. Pure, overwhelming, undeniable skill. The kind that did not need a quirk to make the room go quiet. "You're not a student," Jiru said. "No," Izuku said. "You're not a hero either." "No." "Then what are you doing here?" "Working." Jiro's eyes narrowed. Her earphone jacks twitched. A subtle movement, but Izuku caught it. She was debating whether to plug them into the ground again to get a read on his heartbeat and vital signs through vibration. She was trying to decide if he was a threat. "The villains in this zone are neutralized," Izuku said. "Stay here. Keep your jacks in the wall, not the floor. Monitor all vectors. More may come. More may come." "Hey," Jiro said. Her voice was harder now, sharper. "You didn't answer my question. Who are you?" Izuku paused. He looked over his shoulder. Green eyes met dark purple through the glow of the red eyepiece. "I'm the guy who just stopped you from getting stabbed in the back," he said. "Right now, that's all you need to know." He walked away. Behind him, Kaminari let out a breath he had apparently been holding for the entire encounter. "Dude," Kaminari whispered. "What the actual hell was that?" Jiro did not answer. She watched the red suit disappear into the rock formations, and she plugged her earphone jacks into the wall, and she listened. His heartbeat, as he walked away, was steady. 60 beats per minute. Even. Calm. He had just killed a man and fought 5 others, and his heart rate had not changed. Jiru filed that information somewhere in her mind, in a place she was not ready to examine yet. Then she turned her attention to the surviving villains on the ground, and she started zip-tying their wrists with strips torn from their own clothing, because Kyokujiro was not someone who waited around for rescue when there was work to be done. Izuku moved through the transitional terrain between the mountain zone and the central plaza. He needed to get back to his firing position. The gantry was still the optimal spot, but reaching it from ground level required a different route. The original access point was on the opposite side of the dome. He identified an alternative. A structural support column near the mountain zone's border had maintenance rungs welded to its interface. They led up to a service platform at the 20-meter level, which connected to the gantry via a narrow catwalk. He climbed, fast, efficient. Hand over hand, the magnetic grip pads on his gloves locking onto the steel rungs with quiet clicks. 20 meters in under a minute. From the service platform, he had a partial view of the central plaza. What he saw made him recalculate. Aizawa was down, not dead, but down. The man was on the plaza floor, his right arm bent at an angle that arms were not designed to bend at. His goggles were cracked. His face was pressed into the concrete by a massive hand, a gray, inhuman hand attached to an arm that was itself attached to one of the most disturbing things Izuku had ever seen, the Nomu. He had known about it in the abstract. Shigaraki had mentioned it. A weapon, he called it, designed to kill All Might. Shock absorption, super regeneration, raw physical power that exceeded even the #1 hero's output. Abstract knowledge did not do justice to the reality. The Nomu was enormous, 7 feet tall, minimum. A body of exposed muscle tissue with mottled gray-purple skin stretched thin over bulk that looked engineered rather than grown. Its brain was exposed, literally exposed, the top of its skull open, the dark gray matter visible and pulsing. Its eyes were empty, not blank, empty. There was nothing behind them, no intelligence, no malice, no anything. It was a machine made of meat, and it was currently crushing Aizawa's skull into the concrete with one hand, while Aizawa's scarf tried and failed to find a grip on its slippery skin. Shigaraki stood behind the Nomu, scratching his neck, that severed hand still clutching his face. Kurogiri hovered beside him. Izuku processed this in 1.2 seconds. The Nomu was a complication, a significant one. If All Might arrived and engaged the Nomu, the fight dynamics would change. All Might's movement patterns against a strength-type opponent were different from his patterns against a speed-type or an emitter type. Izuku's firing solutions had been calibrated for All Might's standard engagement patterns. The Nomu introduced new variables. He adjusted, reran the calculations, updated the decision tree. New scenario, All Might engages Nomu. Nomu has shock absorption, which means All Might's initial strikes will be ineffective. All Might will escalate. When he escalates, his attack patterns become wider, more telegraphed, more committed. That means longer recovery windows between strikes, longer exposure of the left side. The shot window would increase from 0.4 seconds to potentially 0.8 seconds. Better odds, not worse. Izuku felt the calculations settle into place. He moved along the catwalk to his primary position on the gantry, knelt behind the structural beam, and settled in again. Below, Shigaraki was monologuing, talking to the students who were still in the plaza, those who had not been warped away. Izuku's eyepiece identified them. Asui and Mineta had somehow made it back from the flood zone and were hiding near the fountain. Several others were clustered near the top of the stairs, held in place by fear and by Kurogiri's misty blockade at the exit. "Where is he?" Shigaraki was saying. His voice echoed in the dome. "Where is All Might? He was supposed to be here. This was supposed to be his class. We came here to kill the symbol of peace, and he's not even here. How disappointing." He scratched his neck harder. The skin was breaking. Thin lines of blood appeared. "Maybe we should take out our frustration on his students instead," Shigaraki said. "Maybe if we kill enough of them, he'll show up. What do you think, Kurogiri? How many kids do we have to kill before All Might decides to?" The wall exploded, not metaphorically. The eastern wall of the USJ dome blew inward like it was made of paper. Steel beams bent, concrete shattered. A shockwave rolled across the plaza, flattening villains, scattering debris, sending the fountain water spraying in all directions. And through the dust and rubble, backlit by the morning sun pouring through the hole he had just made, All Might entered the USJ. He was not smiling. In 5 years of studying All Might's footage, Izuku had never seen him enter a fight without the smile. The smile was the symbol. The smile was the message. The smile said, "I am here. Everything will be fine. No one will be hurt." The smile was the foundation of public trust in the hero system, the single most recognizable expression on the planet. It was gone. All Might's face was carved from granite. His jaw was set. His eyes were narrowed. His fists were clenched at his sides, and the muscles in his forearms were corded tight enough to see the individual fibers through his costume. He had seen the surveillance footage. Izuku knew this because there was no other explanation for the expression. All Might had seen the attack. He had seen his students scattered, his colleague broken on the floor, villains swarming a facility that was supposed to be safe. And he was angry. Izuku had never accounted for an angry All Might. He had studied calm All Might, confident All Might, strained All Might, weakened All Might. He had never seen the man enter a fight with fury. New variable. He adjusted. Angry All Might meant faster strikes, more committed attacks, less concern for collateral damage. The recovery windows might be shorter, not longer. The fight would be more chaotic, more violent, more unpredictable. He reran the firing solutions, updated the decision tree. The math still worked. The window was tighter, back to 0.4 seconds, maybe 0.3, but it was there. "Have no fear," All Might said. His voice was different too. Lower, harder. None of the broadcast cheer, none of the performance. This was the real voice, the one underneath the persona, and it rolled across the USJ like distant thunder. "I am here." The students felt it. You could see it in their bodies, the tension breaking, the fear receding, the hope flooding in like a tide. They were children, and their protector had arrived, and the world made sense again. Asui let out a breath. Mineta started crying. Even the students on the upper level, the ones who had been frozen, began to move again. The villains felt it too. You could see that as well. The hesitation, the doubt, the animal recognition of a predator entering the territory. Half the remaining low-level thugs in the plaza took a step backward. Some of them broke and ran. Kurogiri's mist flickered at the edges. Shigaraki felt it, and unlike the others, he leaned into it. His eyes went bright. His fingers stopped scratching. His posture straightened. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This was the whole point. "Finally," Shigaraki breathed. "Finally, finally, finally. Kurogiri, Nomu, it's time." All Might moved. The first villain never saw him. All Might crossed 30 meters in a blink. Literally a blink. The student's eyes closed and opened, and he was somewhere else, and the villain was embedded in the far wall. The second villain followed. Then the third. Then 5 more in a single sweeping strike that cleared the left side of the plaza like someone had swept a table clean of chess pieces. It was overwhelming. It was awe-inspiring. It was the thing that had made Izuku's heart pound when he was a child, the thing that had filled his notebooks with exclamation marks and analysis and wonder. Izuku felt none of that now. He watched through the eyepiece and he tracked the movement patterns, and he waited for his window. All Might reached Aizawa. He saw the broken arm, the cracked goggles, the blood on the concrete. Something in his expression shifted. Not anger now, but something deeper and worse. Guilt. "Aizawa," All Might said. He knelt, placed a hand on his colleague's shoulder. "I'm sorry I'm late." Aizawa looked up at him through one swollen eye. "Get the students out," he said. His voice was ragged. "Forget about me. Get them out." All Might nodded. He stood. He turned to face the Nomu. The Nomu was standing exactly where it had been. It had not moved during All Might's entrance. It had not reacted to the shockwave, the wall breaking, for how the screams, the fighting. It stood with its exposed brain pulsing and its empty eyes fixed on nothing. Then Shigaraki gave the order. "Kill him." The Nomu moved. What followed was the most violent thing Izuku had ever witnessed, and he had witnessed quite a lot. The Nomu hit All Might with a right cross that created a shockwave visible to the naked eye. All Might blocked it, both arms up, feet braced, and slid backward 15 meters, like his boots cutting grooves in the concrete. All Might hit back. A full power right straight, the kind that had ended fights in single frames for decades. His fist connected with the Nomu's torso, with a sound like a cannon detonating. The Nomu did not move. Shock absorption. Izuku watched the energy of the impact dissipate across the Nomu's body like a ripple in water. All Might had just delivered a blow that could level a building, and the Nomu had eaten it like a light breeze. All Might's eyes widened. For just a moment, a fraction of a second, the composure cracked. He had not expected this. The Nomu struck again. All Might dodged. Barely. The fist cratered the ground where he had been standing. The Nomu followed up. Another strike. Another. Each one faster than the last, each one carrying enough force to shatter steel. All Might fought back. He went from precision strikes to volume, delivering blow after blow after blow, trying to overwhelm the shock absorption through sheer output. The ground shook. The air pressure shifted with every impact. Students were thrown off their feet by the secondary shockwaves alone. Izuku watched, and he waited. The fight lasted 90 seconds. In combat terms, 90 seconds is a lifetime. All Might and the Nomu traded blows that would have killed any normal person 10 times over. The central plaza was destroyed. The fountain was rubble, the stairs were cracked, the concrete was cratered and broken like a bombed-out landscape. All Might was winning. Slowly, agonizingly. His strategy had shifted. Instead of single power strikes, he was delivering rapid combinations, not giving the shock absorption time to fully reset between impacts. He was stacking damage, overloading the system. Each hit built on the last, and the Nomu was starting to feel it, but All Might was tiring. Izuku could see it. The eyepiece tracked his movement velocity, and it was declining. 2% per 10 seconds. He was burning through his hero form's time limit at an accelerated rate. The strain of fighting the Nomu was pushing his body past its limits, and the old injury, the one that mattered, the one that Izuku's round was aimed at, was pulsing under his costume. Izuku could see the thermal signature. The area around All Might's left torso was running hot, much hotter than the rest of his body. The damaged tissue was failing under the strain. The window was coming. All Might reared back for a finishing blow, a massive right overhand. His signature move against durable targets, the move he had used to end the all-for-one fight, the move Izuku had cataloged in his analysis as maximum commitment, maximum exposure, maximum recovery time. This was it. All Might swung. The right fist came down like a falling building, hitting the Nomu's skull with enough force to crack the sound barrier. The shockwave blew out every remaining window in the dome. Students grabbed onto whatever they could find to keep from being thrown. The Nomu went down. Into the ground. Through the ground. The concrete shattered in a 20-meter radius, and the Nomu was driven 3 meters into the sublevel, a crater of dust and debris, and All Might, standing at the edge of that crater, right arm extended, left side fully exposed, body locked in the recovery frame of the most powerful strike he had thrown in years. Izuku's eyepiece turned green. Wind speed, 0.3 meters per second, negligible. Distance, 118 meters. Target velocity, 0 meters per second. Stationary optimal trajectory, direct line, 17-degree downward angle. Target area, left torso, intercostal space between ribs 7 and 8, posterior to the anterior axillary line. Probability of critical penetration, 94.7%. Green. Everything was green. Izuku loaded the DU round. His right wrist cannon cycled with a soft mechanical click that was lost in the echoes of the fight below. The magazine seated. The rail charged. The round moved into the firing chamber. Below, Shigaraki was watching All Might. The hand on his face trembled. Now, Shigaraki breathed. Now. Izuku did not hear him. Izuku did not hear anything. The world had narrowed to a tunnel, the target at one end, the barrel at the other, and nothing in between except physics. He exhaled. Slowly. Completely. His lungs emptied. His diaphragm stilled. His heartbeat was a clock. 58 beats per minute, steady, rhythmic, predictable, between beats. In the silence between one heartbeat and the next, in the fraction of a second where his body was at its most still, Izuku Midoriya pulled the trigger. The wrist cannon fired. The depleted uranium round left the electromagnetic rail at 1,400 meters per second, 4 times the speed of sound. It crossed the 118 meters between the gantry and All Might's exposed left side in 0.084 seconds. 0.084 seconds. All Might did not see it. Could not have seen it. His eyes were on the Nomu in the crater below him. His body was locked in recovery. His left side was turned toward the gantry at exactly the angle Izuku had predicted. The round hit. The depleted uranium core penetrated All Might's costume, his skin, his weakened muscle wall, and buried itself 4 inches into his torso, precisely at the site of his old injury, exactly where the scar tissue was thinnest. The effect was immediate. All Might coughed blood. Not a small amount. A spray. Red mist erupted from his mouth and splattered on the broken concrete in front of him. His body buckled. Not forward, not backward, but inward, collapsing around the wound like a building whose foundation had been struck. His right hand, still extended from the finishing blow, clenched into a fist that trembled. His left hand went to his side, pressing against the entry wound, and came away red. He staggered. 1 step. 2. The students saw the blood before they understood what had happened. Asui was the first to react. Her eyes went wide, her mouth opened, and a sound came out of her that was not a word, but something more primal and more terrible. A sound of disbelief. All Might? Then the others. Mineta screamed, full-throated, high-pitched, a scream of pure terror that bounced off the walls of the dome and came back doubled. The students on the upper level, those who could see the plaza, froze in a tableau of horror. Ida's face went white. Uraraka's hands flew to her mouth. Hands flew to her mouth. Yaoyorozu took a step forward and then stopped as if hitting an invisible wall. And All Might fell. Not slowly, not gracefully. He dropped to one knee with a crash that shook the floor, and then the Nomu, rising from the crater, regenerating, its smashed skull reforming in real time, was on him, a fist to All Might's back. The hero was driven face first into the concrete. Another fist to his side, the wounded side, and All Might screamed. The symbol of peace screamed. It was a sound that none of the students in that building had ever heard before, and none of them would ever forget. The sound of an invincible man discovering that he was not. The Nomu hit him again, and again. Each blow drove All Might deeper into the ground, deeper into the broken concrete, and the hero tried to rise, tried to fight back, but the wound was bleeding, and his body was failing, and the hero form was flickering, actually flickering, the golden muscle mass wavering at the edges like a hologram losing signal. Shigaraki was laughing. A high, giddy, broken laugh that sounded like glass shattering in slow motion. Yes, this is it. This is what I wanted. The mighty All Might, the unbreakable symbol. Look at you. You're bleeding, you're dying, and nobody can save you. On the upper level, Bakugo was moving. He had made it back from the ruin zone. Izuku's eyepiece tracked him coming up the stairs, explosions in his palms, murder in his eyes. Todoroki was behind him, frost already forming on his right side. They had heard the scream, they were coming, but they were too far away, 60 meters, an eternity. In the mountain zone, Jiro heard it too, not through her ears, through the ground, through the vibrations. She felt the impacts of the Nomu's fists. She felt the crack of All Might's body hitting concrete, and underneath it all, impossibly, she felt the faint sonic signature of the round that had started it all. A hypersonic crack that had traveled through the dome structure and reached her earjacks as a ghost frequency echo. She did not know what it was. Not yet. But she filed it the same way she filed the heartbeat of the boy in the red suit. In a place she would examine later, Izuku watched from the gantry. The DU round had performed exactly as designed. The entry point was within 2 centimeters of his projected target. The penetration depth was consistent with his calculations. All Might was critically wounded, bleeding, his hero form destabilizing, being beaten into the ground by a bio-engineered weapon designed specifically to destroy him, contract status, target engaged. Critical wound confirmed. Kill not yet confirmed. Izuku waited. The contract specified kill confirmation before the bonus was triggered. He watched for the signs: complete cessation of movement, loss of hero form, vital sign flatline on the thermal overlay. All Might was still moving, still trying to rise, still fighting. Of course he was, because that was who Toshinori Yagi was, underneath the muscle and the smile and the symbol. He was a man who did not stop. Not when he lost his stomach, not when his time was cut to hours, not when his body was held together by scar tissue and stubbornness. He would fight until his heart gave out, and even then, he would probably find a way to throw one more punch. Izuku respected that. It did not change anything, but he respected it. The Nomu lifted All Might by his head and slammed him into the ground. The hero's body left an imprint in the concrete. Blood pooled beneath him. All Might's hand reached up, grabbed the Nomu's wrist, and slowly, impossibly, began to push back. The students held their breath. All Might's muscles swelled. The hero form surged. Not fading now, but burning. Burning hot and bright, like a star going supernova, like a candle flaring in the last moment before it gutters out. He was pulling power from somewhere deeper than muscle, deeper than quirk, somewhere in the bedrock of who he was, and he was using it to stand. He stood, one foot, then the other. The Nomu's fist was still on his head, pushing down, and All Might was standing underneath it, lifting it, the veins in his arms bulging, the wound in his side pouring blood, and he was standing. Shigaraki's laugh died. All Might looked up at the Nomu with eyes that were not golden or confident or symbolic. They were the eyes of a man who had accepted what was about to happen to him and had decided in that acceptance that he was going to take this thing with him. He wound up. The right arm pulled back. The muscles coiled. The air pressure in the dome shifted, physically, measurably, as the number one hero prepared to deliver the strongest punch he had ever thrown. Izuku's finger moved to the trigger. He had a second DU round loaded. The window was coming again, after the punch. During the recovery frame, he could fire again, and this time it would be fatal because All Might's body would be at its absolute weakest. He aimed, the eyepiece locked on. And then, he's up there. A voice, female, sharp, coming from below and to the left. Jiro, Izuku's eyepiece, snapped to the source. Jiro was standing at the edge of the mountain zone, earjacks extended, one plugged into the dome's wall, the other pointed toward the gantry like an antenna. She had tracked him. She had taken his advice, plug into the wall, get a 360 read, and she had used it. She had felt the sonic crack of the first round through the structure of the dome, triangulated the origin point through vibrational analysis, and found him. She was pointing at the gantry, pointing at him. Every eye in the building turned upward. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, green hair, freckles, red suit, silver armor, one glowing red eye, was perched on the upper gantry of the USJ with both wrist cannons deployed and a depleted uranium round aimed at the number one hero's heart. The students saw him, Bakugo saw him, and something in his face changed. A flash of recognition, then confusion, then rage so hot it made his palms detonate involuntarily. Todoroki saw him and went still. Ice crept across the floor around his feet. His heterochromatic eyes narrowed. Uraraka saw him and took a step back. Ida saw him and his engines fired, his body angling toward the gantry instinctively. Aizawa, broken and bleeding on the plaza floor, forced his one good eye open and looked up and saw a boy, a child, in a red combat suit, aiming weapons at All Might. And for the first time in 23 years of professional heroics, Shota Aizawa did not know what to do. Because he could not erase what the boy had. The boy had no quirk. Erasure was useless, and Aizawa was too broken to move. He lay on the concrete, and he watched, and he felt something he had not felt since his first year as a hero. Helpless. Izuku held his position for 1.3 seconds, long enough to assess, long enough to determine that the situation had changed. He was compromised. His firing position was known. Multiple potential hostiles. The students were now aware of his presence and his intent. Several of them had quirks that could reach the gantry. Todoroki's ice could climb the structural supports. Bakugo's explosions could reach the catwalk. Ida's speed could close the distance in seconds. The second shot was still available. He could take it, right now. Pull the trigger, put the second DU round through All Might's chest while the man was mid-punch, and end the contract. Kill confirmed. 750 million yen. He could take the shot. He calculated the probability of a clean extraction afterward. The compromised position changed the math significantly. Multiple quirk users converging on his location, an unknown number of villains still active in the facility, and the structural integrity of the gantry was not guaranteed if Todoroki iced the supports or Bakugo hit it with a concentrated blast. Probability of clean extraction after second shot, 31%. Izuku lowered his arm, not because he couldn't take the shot, not because he wouldn't. Because the math said the risk-reward ratio had shifted below his threshold. The first shot had landed. All Might was critically wounded. The contract was in progress. There would be another window. There was always another window for someone who could see every angle. He stood from his crouch, smooth, unhurried. He looked down at the plaza full of students and villains, and one bleeding symbol of peace and one screaming Shigaraki, and he made a decision. Then All Might threw the punch. The right arm came forward. The air itself seemed to tear. The Nomu took the full force, a blow that exceeded anything All Might had ever thrown on record, fueled by desperation and determination and the stubborn, impossible refusal to die. And the shock absorption failed. There's a principle in physics. Every system has a breaking point, a limit beyond which it cannot absorb or redirect or contain. The Nomu's shock absorption quirk was extraordinary, but it was not infinite, and All Might had just found its ceiling and punched through it. The Nomu went through the dome's roof, literally, through the ceiling, through the structural supports, through the outer shell of the USJ dome, into the sky. The impact trail was a column of displaced air and shattered material that rose from the building like a geyser. The Nomu was gone, launched into the stratosphere with a single punch by a man who was bleeding, broken, and burning through the last reserves of a power he could barely contain. All Might stood in the crater, arm extended, chest heaving, blood dripping from his side, his hero form flickering like a dying light bulb. He had won, technically, but Izuku could see the thermal readout. All Might's body temperature was dropping. His movement speed was at 12% of baseline. The wound was still bleeding. The hero form would collapse within minutes, maybe seconds. Shigaraki could see it too. "He's weakening," Shigaraki whispered. Then louder. "He's weakening. He's done." The Nomu softened him up, and the shot did the rest. He's finished. Shigaraki's eyes went to the gantry, to Izuku. "Finish it," Shigaraki called up. "Take the shot. Kill him." Izuku looked down at Shigaraki. He looked at All Might, swaying in the crater. He ran the math one more time. Then Shigaraki said the thing that changed everything. "And while you're at it," Shigaraki said, his voice high and giddy and utterly unhinged, "kill the students. All of them. Make a statement. Show the world what happens when the symbol falls." The scratching stopped. The giddiness stopped. The mania stopped. Shigaraki's voice went flat, almost calm, and that made it worse. "Kurogiri, have the remaining villains move on the students. All of them. Every zone. No survivors. And someone get the girl who spotted the shooter. Kill her first. I don't like people who point. Jiru." In the mountain zone, surrounded by the villains Izuku had put down, but not killed, standing next to Kaminari, who was completely drained, with nothing between her and whatever Shigaraki sent her way except her earphone jacks and her wits. Izuku Midoriya processed this information, and for the first time in 5 years, the math stopped. It did not slow down. It did not shift parameters. It stopped. The constant, cold, mechanical calculus that ran behind his eyes every waking second of every day, the engine that had driven him from that rooftop to this gantry, the thing that had made him into Deadshot, it went silent. For 1.7 seconds, Izuku Midoriya was not calculating anything. Then the math started again. And the equation was different. The contract was All Might. Only All Might. That was the deal. That was what he had stated explicitly, in clear terms, in the bar, with witnesses, with no ambiguity. The target was defined. The target was singular. All Might. The students were not part of the contract. Jiru was not part of the contract. The scope was set, the terms were agreed, and Shigaraki had just violated them. Izuku dropped from the gantry. Not climbed down. Dropped. 40 meters of free fall. Arrested at the last moment by a magnetic grip on a structural beam, swinging his body through a controlled arc that bled the momentum and deposited him on the plaza floor in a crouch. He landed 30 meters from Shigaraki, 20 meters from All Might, and directly between the Nomu crater and the students. Every head in the building turned to him. Again, the red suit, the silver armor, the green hair and the freckles and the glowing red eye. He stood up from the crouch and he looked at Shigaraki, and when he spoke, his voice was the same as it always was. Flat. Direct. Quiet enough that people had to listen. The deal was All Might. Shigaraki tilted his head. The hand on his face shifted. "What?" "The contract," Izuku said, "was All Might. One target. Defined, agreed, and paid for. I told you the terms. No scope creep. No improvisation. No add-ons. The students are not part of the deal." "I'm changing the deal," Shigaraki said. His voice had that whine again, the petulant, dangerous edge. "I'm the client. I say what the contract. You don't get to change the deal." Izuku said it without heat, without emphasis, without any of the dramatic weight that another person might have brought to the moment. He said it the way he would say that water is wet or that gravity pulls things down. A fact. Immutable. Clause 3. If anyone changes the scope of the contract after execution begins, the deal is void and I keep the base rate. Those were the terms. You agreed. The contract is voided. Shigaraki stared at him. The scratching started again, harder this time, drawing blood freely. You're refusing me, Shigaraki said. You're refusing me for some brats, for some worthless, sniveling hero students who will grow up to be the same corrupt, smiling puppets as All Might. You're siding with them. I'm not siding with anyone, Izuku said. I'm honoring the contract you just broke. There's a difference. Then walk away, Shigaraki hissed. Walk away. Leave. Take your money and go. I'll have Kurogiri's villains handle the students. Izuku considered this. For approximately 1 second. No, he said. No? You ordered a kill on a non-target. You specified a girl who identified my position. That girl identified my position because I told her how to use her quirk more effectively. If she dies because of intelligence I provided, that creates a causal chain that connects my operational activities to a non-contract kill. That's a liability. I don't do liabilities. He was rationalizing, and on some level he knew was rationalizing. The logic was sound, technically, but it was constructed after the decision, not before it. The decision had been made in that 1.7 seconds of silence, in the gap where the math stopped, in the space where something that was not calculation and not strategy and not professionalism had risen up and spoken in a voice he did not recognize. But the rationalization held, and in the world of Izuku Midoriya, if the logic held, the decision held. The students are off limits, Izuku said. Walk away, Shigaraki. You got your shot at All Might. He's wounded. Your Nomu is gone. Your hired gun just voided his contract. You are out of assets and out of time. Take the loss. Shigaraki stood very still. The scratching stopped. His hands dropped to his sides. All 10 fingers flexed. Kurogiri, Shigaraki said. Quiet now. Calm. How many villains do we have left? Approximately 37 active combatants spread across the facility, Kurogiri said, plus the reserves outside the dome. Send them all here, Shigaraki said, every single one, and have them kill the shooter first. Kurogiri hesitated. Tamura Shigaraki, the boy just incapacitated 5 combatants alone in under 15 seconds. He shot All Might from over 100 meters with a weapon that penetrated his... I don't care, Shigaraki said. He's quirkless. He's one kid. Send everyone. Kill him. Kill the students. Kill All Might. Kill all of it. Warp gates began opening around the plaza. Villains poured through. Not the scattered, disorganized rabble from before. These were the reserves. Fresh. Armed. Some of them with combat quirks that Izuku's eyepiece flagged in amber and red. They formed a ring. Around the plaza. Around Izuku. Izuku counted them. 31, plus Shigaraki, plus Kurogiri. 33 hostiles. He had 36 rounds remaining in his primary magazines, 4 spare magazines in his back compartment. The DU rounds were gone. 1 fired, 5 remaining, but they were single-target penetrators, not anti-personnel. 33 hostiles, 36 rounds. The math worked. But that was not the problem. The problem was what was behind him. 20 meters behind him, the students. Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, Asui, Mineta, Yaoyorozu, and the others who had regrouped at the top of the stairs. They were scared. They were brave. They were 15 years old, and they were about to be in the crossfire of a 33-on-1 gunfight in an enclosed space. And further behind, in the mountain zone, Jiro and Kaminari, cut off, isolated, with whatever villains Kurogiri was routing to their position. The math worked for Izuku. It did not work for them. Get the students out, Izuku said. Not to Shigaraki, not to the students. To Ida, specifically, because the eyepiece had flagged his engine quirk as the highest mobility option available. Ida stiffened. Who are you two? I said get them out. You have engine-enhanced speed. The main doors are behind you, and Kurogiri's mist has thinned. Punch through. Get to the main campus. Get back up. I can't just leave everyone. You can and you will, because if you don't, everyone in this building dies, including you. Including All Might, including every one of your classmates. You are not strong enough to change that. Nobody here is, but you are fast enough to get help. So run. Ida looked at him. The boy's face was a war. Duty versus fear, pride versus logic. His hands were shaking, his engines were sputtering. Now, Izuku said, Todoroki stepped forward. Ice crackled. I'm not leaving. Izuku glanced at him. Then make yourself useful. Ice wall, northwest quadrant, 10 meters out. Funnel their approach to 3 entry points instead of a full circle. Make them come at me in groups. Todoroki stared at him. Then, without a word, he stomped his right foot and ice erupted from the ground, racing outward in a crescent that sealed the northwest sector. The wall was 4 meters tall and a meter thick. It cut the villain formation in half, forcing them to reroute. The villains who were cut off hammered at the ice. The ones who were not adjusted, flowing around the wall's edges toward the 3 gaps that Izuku had specified. Izuku had just told a stranger to build a kill box, and the stranger had done it perfectly. 3 entry points, 3 choke points, 3 places where villains would have to funnel into tight groups to advance, 3 places where one shooter could hold a position indefinitely. Bakugo, Izuku said. Bakugo had not stopped staring at him. Recognition had hit the moment Izuku landed on the plaza floor. He knew that face. He knew those freckles. He knew that green hair. Midoriya, Bakugo breathed. And for the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo said the name without contempt. Without anger. Without anything except a kind of stunned, almost reverent confusion. What the hell are you? Cover the east gap. Anything that comes through, put it down. Don't hold back. Don't showboat. Just put them down and hold the line. Bakugo's face cycled through about 17 emotions in 2 seconds. Confusion. Outrage. Disbelief. Something that might have been respect or might have been the closest Bakugo could get to it. Then he turned and headed for the east gap, explosions already crackling in his palms, and he did not argue. Katsuki Bakugo did not argue. Let that sink in. Yaoyorozu, Izuku said. Shield. Large, steel alloy if you can manage it. Position it at the south gap. Use it as cover for anyone who needs it. Yaoyorozu's skin glowed as she created the shield. A massive curved steel plate that she planted in the ground at the south gap, creating a barricade. Everyone else, Izuku said, stay behind the shield. Stay low. Do not engage unless a villain gets past me. He turned to face the west gap. The largest one. The one where the most villains were gathering. He rolled his neck. Once, a single crack of vertebrae. He flexed his wrists, the cannons hummed, and the villains came. The first wave was 5. They came through the west gap in a wedge formation. Someone with basic tactical training had organized them. Point Man was a mutant type with thick, scaled armor. Flanks were emitters. Rear guard was another melee fighter. Izuku fired twice. Both shots went to the same place, the gap between the scaled Point Man's chest plates, where the armor was weakest. The first round cracked the scales. The second went through. The Point Man dropped. The wedge formation broke. Place. The left flanker fired an energy blast from his palm, some kind of concussive quirk. Izuku sidestepped it without looking. He had seen the arm raise, seen the angle, calculated the blast trajectory in real time, and moved before the shot was fired. He put a round through the flanker's shoulder. Non-lethal, but the arm was done. The man screamed and fell. The right flanker threw a fireball. Izuku dropped flat, the heat washing over him, and fired from prone at the man's ankles. Both legs buckled, another non-lethal disable. The rear guard turned and ran. 5 in, 2 down, 2 disabled, 1 fled. 4 seconds. The second wave came immediately. 8 this time. No formation, just a rush. Bodies pouring through the gap, quirks blazing, weapons drawn. Izuku stood. He did not retreat. He did not flinch. He planted his feet and he opened fire with both wrist cannons simultaneously. Left cannon, left. Right. The rhythm was mechanical, inhuman, a metronome of controlled violence. Each shot found its target, a knee, a shoulder, a thigh, a hand. He was not killing them. He was disabling them. Surgical. Precise. Each round placed to incapacitate without fatality, because dead bodies were evidence, and evidence was a complication, and Izuku Midoriya did not do complications, but the math was getting harder. 3 more came through the gap while he was engaging the 8. Then 5 more. They were stacking, pressing, but using the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover. A villain with a telekinesis quirk ripped up a chunk of concrete and hurled it at him. Izuku shot the concrete in midair, shattering it, then put a round through the telekinetic's kneecap through the dust cloud. A blade user got close, 3 meters. Close enough for Izuku to see the whites of his eyes. The man had some kind of speed boost quirk. He had cleared the gap and crossed the distance faster than the eyepiece had predicted. Izuku did not have time to aim, so he didn't. He fired from the hip, point blank, a double tap to the chest at contact range, rubber slugs. The man went down like someone had pulled his plug, ragdolling backward. Izuku stepped over him, pivoted, fired twice more at targets near the gap, pivoted again, fired once at a villain trying to flank from the south. Yaoyorozu's shield blocked most of that approach, but one had gotten around it. The round caught him in the elbow, and he dropped his weapon, and he dropped. At the east gap, Bakugo was a force of nature. Explosions filled the air like thunder. He was not precise. He was a sledgehammer where Izuku was a scalpel, but he was effective. Villains flew backward, blasted, burned, broken. Bakugo moved with the savage efficiency of someone who had been itching for a real fight his entire life and had finally gotten one. Todoroki held the northwest wall. Ice reinforcements kept it solid, and when a villain with a strength quirk finally punched through, Todoroki encased the man in ice from the waist down and walked away. It was working. The choke point strategy was working. The villains could not bring their numbers to bear. They were funneled into kill zones and picked apart by a coordinated defense that had been organized in 15 seconds by a quirkless boy with a targeting monocle. But it could not last. Izuku's round count was dropping. 36 had become 24, then 18, then 12. He was conserving. Every round counted, every shot had to find its mark, but the math was relentless. More villains, fewer rounds. He slapped a fresh magazine in, 40 rounds. That bought time. But the villains were adapting too. They stopped rushing the gap. They started using ranged attacks, energy blasts, thrown objects, projected quirks. Izuku could dodge, but dodging meant he was not shooting, and not shooting meant the pressure on the gap decreased. And decreased pressure meant more of them would try to push through. A rock hit his shoulder armor. The ceramic titanium plate absorbed the impact, but the force knocked him sideways. He rolled, came up firing, dropped the thrower with a round to the wrist. An acid quirk splashed the ground near his feet. The floor hissed and dissolved. He jumped clear and put 2 rounds into the emitter, both legs, and the acid stopped. A concussive blast caught him in the chest. The armor held, but the impact drove the air from his lungs. He staggered, wheezed, kept firing. He was not invincible. He was not superhuman. He was a 15-year-old in a suit he had built in his closet, fighting 30-plus quirk users with nothing but electromagnetic wrist cannons and the most dangerous brain on the planet. And he was winning. Not easily, not cleanly, not the way he preferred, which was a single shot from a position nobody knew about. This was ugly, loud, chaotic. This was exactly the kind of fight Izuku Midoriya never wanted to be in. Because in a fight like this, variables multiplied and probabilities shifted, and even the greatest marksman alive could not control everything. But he was winning. Because every time the variables shifted, he adapted. Every time the probability changed, he recalculated. Every time a new threat emerged, he identified it, prioritized it, and neutralized it before it could become a problem. He was the math. And the math did not stop. 14 villains down at the west gap, 6 down at the east, courtesy of Bakugo, 3 at the south, caught by the shield and the students behind it, 4 frozen solid by Todoroki, 27 of the 31 accounted for, 4 left, plus Shigaraki, plus Kurogiri. The last 4 villains looked at the carnage. They looked at each other. They ran, not toward the gaps, away from them, into the dome toward whatever exit they could find. The plaza fell quiet. It did not stay quiet for long, because Kurogiri was moving, not toward Izuku. Not toward the students, toward All Might. All Might was on one knee in the crater. His hero form was at its limit. The golden muscle was deflating at the edges, steam rising from his body as the transformation fought to hold. The wound in his side was still bleeding. He looked up at Kurogiri's approaching mist with eyes that were focused but fading. Tomura Shigaraki, Kurogiri said, we should retreat. The situation has... No, Shigaraki said. His voice was dead, flat. The mania was gone. The giddiness was gone. He was looking at Izuku with something that was not anger or hatred or frustration. It was curiosity, the cold, clinical curiosity of a child examining a toy he had broken and found something unexpected inside. The shooter voided the contract, Shigaraki said. All Might is dying. The students are alive but irrelevant. We lost the Nomu, we lost the fodder, but we didn't lose. Not really. He scratched his neck, slowly this time, thoughtfully. The symbol of peace was shot today by a quirkless kid in front of his students in his own school. The world will know. They'll see him bleed. They'll see him fall. They'll know he's not invincible. That's the real victory. That was always the real victory. He turned to Kurogiri. Get us out. Kurogiri opened a warp gate. The dark purple swirl appeared behind Shigaraki, an exit to wherever the League of Villains called home. Shigaraki paused at the threshold. He looked back at Izuku. You know, Shigaraki said, you were right. The contract was all might. I shouldn't have changed the terms. That was poor form. He tilted his head. The hand on his face shifted and one red eye gleamed through the fingers. Next time I'll write a better contract. He stepped through. Kurogiri followed. The warp gate closed. They were gone. The USJ went silent, really silent. The kind of silence that comes after a hurricane passes and you step outside and the world looks the same but different, permanently different, and you know nothing will be the same again. Izuku stood in the center of the West Gap, surrounded by the bodies of the villains he had disabled, wrist cannons still deployed, eyepiece still glowing. His breathing was controlled, 10 cycles per minute. His heart rate was 71, elevated from baseline, but not significantly. He was sweating. The suit's climate control had kept his core temperature stable, but the exertion of the close quarters engagement had pushed his physical limits. He was tired. He would not show it. Around him, the students emerged from cover, slowly, cautiously, like animals coming out after a storm. They looked at the fallen villains, they looked at the ice wall, they looked at the damage, and they looked at Izuku. Bakugo was the first to speak, because of course he was. Midoriya. Izuku turned to face him. They were 20 meters apart. Bakugo's hands were smoking. His costume was singed, his face was streaked with sweat and concrete dust, something that might have been blood, though not his own. Bakugo, Izuku said, what the hell are you? It was not a threat. It was not an accusation. It was a genuine question, asked in a voice that Izuku had never heard from Bakugo before. A voice stripped of arrogance, stripped of bluster, stripped of everything except the raw need to understand something that did not fit into his worldview. Izuku looked at him, at the boy who had tormented him for a decade, at the boy who had told him to swan dive off a roof, at the boy who had never, not once, seen him as anything other than a pebble in his shoe. I'm the same person I always was, Izuku said. You just never paid attention. Bakugo did not respond. His mouth opened, closed, his hands clenched. The explosion sputtered and died. Todoroki stepped forward. His expression was ice, appropriate given his quirk. You shot All Might. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. The other students flinched. Uraraka's hand went to her mouth again. Ida, who had not left, who had not run for help, who had stayed because something in him could not leave his classmates behind, turned to face Izuku with an expression that was trying very hard to be righteous anger, but was mostly just confusion. You shot him, Todoroki repeated. I saw you. From the gantry. You shot All Might. Yes, Izuku said. No denial, no excuse, no deflection. Just the word. The students reacted. Some of them stepped back, some of them moved forward. Bakugo's explosions reignited, Ida's engines revved, Yaoyorozu's skin glowed as she began creating something. A weapon, probably. Izuku did not move. And then you protected us, Todoroki said. His voice was careful, measured. He was piecing it together in real time, fitting the contradictions into a framework that made sense. You shot our teacher and then you saved our lives. Yes, Izuku said again. Why? Izuku considered the question. He considered telling the truth. The full truth, the operational logic, the contract clause, the liability calculation. He considered lying. He considered saying nothing. He chose the truth, not because he owed it to them, because it was efficient. I was hired to kill All Might, he said. That was the contract. The students were never part of the deal. When Shigaraki changed the terms, the contract was voided. The students became non-targets, and I don't kill non-targets. Silence. Long, heavy silence, the kind that has weight and texture and sits on your chest. You're a hitman, Todoroki said. Not a question. I'm a contractor. You're 15, I'm aware. You're quirkless. A pause. Brief. That too. Todoroki looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at All Might, who was being supported by Asui and another student barely conscious, the hero form gone entirely now. Toshinori Yagi in his true form, skeletal, gaunt, bleeding, held upright by children. You nearly killed him, Todoroki said. Yes. And you expect us to let you walk out of here? Izuku looked at Todoroki, looked at Bakugo, looked at the ring of students, some of them ready to fight, some of them barely standing. I expect, Izuku said, that you are going to try to stop me. Some of you are going to want to fight. Bakugo, definitely. Maybe you. Maybe Ida. And some of you are going to hesitate because I just saved your lives and you don't know how to reconcile that. He paused. But here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk toward the east wall. I'm going to leave through the service corridor I entered through, and nobody is going to follow me. Not because you can't, but because every second you spend chasing me is a second you are not spending getting All Might to a hospital. And right now, he needs a hospital more than you need to catch me. The students looked at All Might, the thin, broken, bleeding man being held up by his students, the man who had just given everything he had and was teetering on the edge of something much worse than defeat. The math was cruel, and the math was correct. Every student in that building knew, looking at All Might, that Izuku was right. The hero needed help. Immediately. And chasing a gunman through a damaged building while their teacher bled out was not the right call. If it helps, Izuku said, I won't take another contract on All Might. The job is voided. He's off my list. And we're supposed to trust you? Bakugo snarled. No, Izuku said. You're supposed to trust the math. I've completed 87 contracts. I have never re-engaged a voided target. It's bad for business. He turned. He began walking toward the east wall. His back was to 20 students, several of whom had quirks that could kill him. He did not look back. This was either the most confident walk of his life or the most reckless. The difference between the two was a margin so thin you could not slide a piece of paper into it. But he had done the calculation. He knew these students. He had read their files, studied their quirks, analyzed their behavioral profiles. He knew that Todoroki was logical enough to prioritize All Might's survival. He knew that Ida's duty would pull him toward helping his teacher. He knew that Yaoyorozu would calculate the odds and reach the same conclusion he had. He knew that Uraraka and Asui and the others would follow their strongest voices. And Bakugo? He heard the small explosions crackling behind him. He heard the footstep, one footstep, Bakugo, starting to move. Then another voice, Todoroki's. Let him go. The footstep stopped. All Might needs us, Todoroki said. That's what matters right now. Izuku kept walking. He reached the east wall. He found the service corridor. He entered it. Behind him, the USJ echoed with the sounds of students mobilizing around their fallen teacher, calling for help, applying first aid, being heroes in the way that mattered. Not the way with capes and cameras, but the way with blood and fear, and the choice to keep trying anyway. Izuku walked the service corridor, up the maintenance ladder, across the roof, down the exterior wall, across the grounds, through the fence. His motorcycle was where he had left it. He mounted it. He sat there for a moment. The eyepiece was still active. It was showing him data, escape routes, traffic patterns, optimal paths home. But for a moment, Izuku was not looking at the data. He was looking at nothing. He was thinking about a girl with earphone jacks who had tracked him through the vibrations in a building, and a boy with explosions who had listened to his orders without arguing, and a man with golden hair and blood on his lips who had thrown a punch that broke physics because he would not stop fighting for the kids behind him. He was thinking about the 1.7 seconds. The silence. The gap in the math. He did not know what it meant. Not yet. He was not sure he wanted to know. But it was there, filed, stored, like a variable in an equation he had not finished writing. He started the motorcycle, he drove home, he took the suit off, he took a shower, he made lunch, he sat in his room and he stared at the wall for a very long time. His phone buzzed. Duran, kid, the news, turn it on. He turned on the television, every channel, every station, every feed, every blog, every social media platform, every news ticker on every building in every city. All Might shot at OSJ, symbol of peace critically wounded. Suspect unidentified quirkless male teen red combat suit. Hero commission on high alert. Nationwide manhunt initiated. Izuku watched the coverage. He watched the shaky student footage that had already leaked. He watched the grainy, distant shot of a figure on a gantry, wrist extended, and the flash of the round leaving the barrel. He watched the talking heads and the experts and the retired heroes, all of them trying to explain how the most powerful man alive had been brought to his knees by someone without a quirk. He watched a clip of All Might being loaded onto a medical helicopter, unconscious, skeletal, small, the truth of him exposed to the world for the first time. The secret was out. All Might was not the golden god on the billboard. He was a dying man who had been pretending, and a bullet had ripped the curtain away. The world was not the same as it had been this morning. The symbol of peace had cracked. The illusion of invincibility had shattered. And in the gap between what the world believed and what the world now knew, something dark and uncertain was growing. Izuku turned off the television. His phone buzzed again. A different number this time. Unknown. He answered. Midoriya Izuku. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, deep, controlled, the kind of voice that belonged to someone who gave orders and expected them to be followed. My name is not important. That what is important is that I represent certain interests within the Hero Public Safety Commission who would very much like to have a conversation with you. Izuku said nothing. We know who you are, we know what you did, we know what you are capable of, and we have a proposition for you, one that I think you will find significantly more interesting than anything the League of Villains could offer. Silence. We are not calling to arrest you, Midoriya. We are calling to hire you. Izuku sat in his room. The afternoon sun came through the window. His mother was in the kitchen, humming something, oblivious. He ran the math. And for the second time that day, the math produced an answer he did not expect. I'm listening, Izuku said. Somewhere across the city, in a hospital room that was more military bunker than medical ward, Toshinori Yagi lay in a bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about a boy on a rooftop 5 years ago. A boy who had asked if he could be a hero. A boy he had told no. A boy who had just shot him through the side and then saved his students' lives and walked away without looking back. Toshinori closed his eyes. The wound in his side throbbed. He had created this. Not the bullet, not the gun, not the suit or the eyepiece or the 87 contracts. He had created the moment on that rooftop, the moment where a child's dream died and something else was born in its place. I'm sorry, kid, he whispered to the ceiling. He did not know if the apology was enough. He suspected it was not. In a bar that did not exist on any map, Shigaraki Tamura sat in the dark and scratched his neck and stared at a screen showing the news coverage and smiled. In a mountain zone in a damaged dome, a girl with earphone jacks knelt on the ground where a bullet casing had fallen, and she picked it up, and she held it in her palm, and she felt its weight. It was warm. On a motorcycle weaving through afternoon traffic, a boy with green hair and freckles and the most dangerous hands in the country drove home with a phone pressed to his ear and a new equation running behind his eyes. The math had changed. Everything had changed. And in the space between what Izuku Midoriya was and what he might become, in the gap between the gun and the choice, between the contract and the conscience, between the perfect aim and the imperfect heart, a story was beginning. Not a hero's story. Not a villain's story. Something new. Something the world had never seen before and was absolutely, catastrophically unprepared for. Izuku Midoriya hung up the phone. He looked at the road ahead, and he said, to nobody, to everybody, to the city and the sky, and the future bearing down on him like a freight train. This is going to be interesting. He was right about that. The voice on the phone belonged to a man who had spent his entire adult life making problems disappear. Not the way Izuku made problems disappear. Not with tungsten and trajectory calculations and the quiet finality of a well-placed round. This man used paper, legislation, budgets, sealed files, classified directives. He made problems disappear the way only a government can, slowly, thoroughly, and with enough plausible deniability to fill a shipping container. His name, as he had stated, was not important. Izuku would later learn it was Suragame Kenji, deputy director of the HPSC's Threat Mitigation Bureau, though the title was almost certainly fabricated. The commission had more shadow departments than real ones, and Izuku suspected that the org chart, if you could ever get your hands on it, would look less like a hierarchy and more like a conspiracy board in a serial killer's basement. We are not calling to arrest you, Midoriya, Suragame had said. We are calling to hire you. I heard you the first time, Izuku said. He was sitting on his bed. The phone was pressed to his ear. His voice was the same as it always was, flat, unhurried, the vocal equivalent of still water. What I haven't heard is terms. A pause on the other end. The kind of pause that happened when someone was recalibrating. Tsuragame had expected fear or defiance or the stumbling, overwhelmed silence of a teenager being contacted by one of the most powerful institutions in the country. He had not expected a negotiation. Very well, Tsuragame said. The terms are straightforward. As of this moment, there is a nationwide manhunt underway for an unidentified quirkless male in a red combat suit. Every hero agency in Japan has been mobilized. Your image, grainy but improvable, is on every law enforcement database in the country. Within 48 hours, facial recognition technology will likely identify you. Within 72, your name will be public. Your mother's name, your address, your school records, everything. He let that sit. We can make all of that go away, Tsuragame continued. The footage gets classified. The facial recognition gets rerouted into a dead-end database. The manhunt gets quietly reassigned to a task force that reports to us and will never ever find you. Your name stays out of every system. Your mother stays safe. You stay free. And in exchange, Izuku said, in exchange, you work for us. Off the books. Deniable assets only. The Commission identifies targets that require elimination. Threats to public safety that cannot be addressed through conventional hero operations. You handle them. Cleanly. Quietly. The way you've been handling things for the last 2 years, except now you have institutional support, better intelligence, and the full weight of the Japanese government ensuring that nobody ever connects a single job back to you. Izuku said nothing. He let the silence stretch. Not because he was thinking. He had already processed the offer in its entirety, identified its structural weaknesses, and developed his counterposition. He let the silence stretch because silence made bureaucrats nervous, and nervous people revealed things they had not planned to reveal. Tsuragame filled the gap. This is a generous offer, Midoriya, considerably more generous than the alternative. The alternative being prison. The alternative being a public trial in which a quirkless 15-year-old is convicted of the attempted assassination of the symbol of peace. The media coverage alone would destroy your mother. You would spend the rest of your life in Tartarus, and the Commission would find another asset. There is always another asset. Izuku let him finish. Then he spoke. No, there isn't. Silence. A different kind this time. The kind that meant Tsuragame had heard something he did not expect and was trying to decide how to process it. Excuse me? There is not always another asset. That's the first thing you said that was wrong, and it's the thing that tells me you don't have as much leverage as you think you do. You are not calling me because I'm convenient. You are calling me because I am the only person on this planet who could have made that shot. And you know it. You've run the analysis, you've had your ballistics people look at the entry angle, the round composition, the firing distance. You know what I did today is not replicable by any sniper, any marksman, any quirk user, any piece of military hardware in your inventory. I'm not an asset you can replace. I am an asset you cannot afford to lose. That changes the math. Izuku's voice had not risen, had not hardened, had not gained even a fraction of a decibel in volume or intensity. He said it the way he said everything, like he was reading the time off a clock. So let me tell you how this actually works, Izuku said. You bury my name, you bury the footage, you protect my mother. Those are not negotiable terms, they are prerequisites. They happen regardless of whether I agree to work for you, because if they do not happen, I have no reason not to release every piece of intelligence I have on commission, black site operations, domestic surveillance overreach, and unsanctioned asset deployment going back 11 years. I acquired that data 3 months ago from a server farm in Saitama Prefecture that your people thought was air-gapped. It was not. A sound on the other end. It might have been a swallow. In exchange for my cooperation, Izuku continued, I will accept designated contracts from the Commission, but the following conditions apply. 1. I choose which contracts I accept. If I decline a target, the declination is final. No argument, no pressure, no retaliation. That's 2. I operate independently, no handlers, no oversight teams, no shadow units tailing me. If I detect Commission surveillance on my person or my operational zones, I will treat it as a hostile act and respond accordingly. Midoriya. 3. The targets must meet a specific threat threshold. I do not eliminate political inconveniences, corporate competitors, or whistleblowers. I eliminate genuine threats to public safety. If I determine that a designated target does not meet that threshold, the contract is void and my declination fee applies. Your declination fee, 20 million yen, per declined contract, payable within 72 hours. The silence on the other end of the phone lasted 6 seconds. 6 seconds is an eternity in a conversation like this. It is enough time for a career bureaucrat to realize that the teenager he is trying to recruit has just restructured the entire power dynamic of the negotiation, and that the restructuring is airtight, and that there is nothing he can do about it because every single thing the boy has said is backed by leverage that is real and verifiable and devastating. You've thought about this, Suragami said. His voice had changed. The authority was still there, but underneath it, something else. Something that was not quite respect, but was close enough to be its neighbor. I think about everything, Izuku said. I need to consult with my superiors. You have 12 hours. After that, I release the Saitama data to 3 different news organizations simultaneously, and I disappear. You will not find me. I am very good at not being found. I believe you, Suragami said, and for the first time in the conversation, he sounded like he meant something. The call ended. Izuku set the phone on his bedside table. He looked at the ceiling for approximately 4 seconds. Then he stood, went to the kitchen, and helped his mother with the dishes. Suragami called back in 3 hours, not 12. 3. That told Izuku everything he needed to know about how badly they wanted him. Every term was accepted. In a secure conference room somewhere beneath the Commission's Tokyo headquarters, Suragami set down his phone and reached for a glass of water. His hand was not shaking, but it wanted to. The woman sitting across from him, silver hair, sharp suit, the kind of face that had never once betrayed a thought she did not intend to share, watched him with eyes that cataloged weakness the way Izuku's cataloged trajectories. Well, she said. He accepted, Suragami said, on his terms. I heard. He's 15. I know how old he is. Suragami set the glass down. He had the Saitama data. He had it for 3 months and we never knew. The woman said nothing. He's not an asset, Suragami said. He's a condition. We just agreed to his terms because the alternative was worse, and he knew that before we did. The woman stood. She buttoned her jacket. That's what makes him useful. She walked out. Suragami sat in the empty conference room and tried to remember the last time a phone call had left him feeling like he had been disassembled and put back together wrong. He could not. The world, meanwhile, was on fire. Not literally, but close enough that the difference was academic. Within 6 hours of the USJ attack, every news network in Japan had broken the story. The footage was everywhere. Student cell phone recordings, shaky and terrified, showing the distant figure on the gantry, the flash of the shot, the terrible slow-motion replay of All Might. The All Might. The man on the billboard, the man on the lunchbox, the man who was supposed to be indestructible, coughing blood and falling to one knee. Within 12 hours, the footage had gone international. English-language networks ran it on a loop. American analysts appeared on panel shows with diagrams and conjectures. European hero organizations released statements of solidarity. The phrase "Deadshot at USJ" was trending in 23 countries simultaneously. Within 24 hours, the second story broke. The one that was worse, All Might's true form. The skeletal, emaciated, 5'7" reality of the symbol of peace, captured in a photograph taken by a paparazzo with a telephoto lens as the medical helicopter landed at Tokyo General. The image was blurry but unmistakable. A man who looked like he was dying of something slow and terrible, strapped to a gurney, IV lines in both arms, surrounded by medical personnel whose faces said everything their mouths could not. The world saw it, and the world did not know what to do. The public reaction was not unified. It splintered along lines that had always existed but had been papered over by the smile and the muscle and the trillion-watt confidence of a man who had made everyone believe the system worked. In the absence of that belief, people reverted to what they actually felt. Some were afraid. The forums, the comment sections, the late-night call-in shows, they filled with the raw, unprocessed fear of people who had built their sense of safety on a single man's shoulders and were now watching those shoulders break. Some were angry. Angry at the villains. Angry at UA for letting it happen. Angry at the hero system for being fragile enough that one shot could crack the foundation. And some, a smaller number but growing and growing loud, were something else entirely. In the underground, in the corners of the internet that existed below the surface of respectable discourse, in the bars and the back rooms and the encrypted channels where people said the things they could not say in daylight, a different conversation was happening. A quirkless kid did that. No quirk, no mutation, no power. Just skill. Just a kid with a brain and a gun and the single most terrifying level of competence anyone had ever seen. That detail, quirkless, spread through the underground like a virus. It changed something, not overnight, not completely. But in the same way a crack in a dam changes the conversation about the river, the quirkless detail changed the conversation about power. If the strongest man alive could be brought low by someone with no quirk, then what exactly was a quirk worth? The question was uncomfortable. The question was dangerous. The question did not go away. In a bedroom in the Bakugo household, Katsuki sat on the edge of his bed and watched the footage for the fourth time. The room was dark. His phone screen was the only light. His palms were cold, which was wrong. His palms were never cold. They ran hot by default. A side effect of the nitroglycerin compound his sweat glands produced. Cold palms meant low output. Low output meant something was suppressing his adrenaline response. Something was sitting on the chemical factory inside him and keeping the reactions below threshold. He watched the clip, the gantry, the flash, the blood, and then the other clip. The one that the news did not have because it had not been recorded, but that played in perfect clarity inside his head because he had been there and he had seen it. Midoriya standing in the plaza, red suit, silver armor, freckles. Get behind me. Bakugo's jaw tightened. His teeth ground together hard enough that he felt it in his temples. Cover the east gap. Anything that comes through, put it down. He had done it. He had followed the order. Not because Midoriya had authority, not because the suit was intimidating, because in the half second between hearing the command and deciding how to react, Bakugo's body had recognized something his mind had spent 10 years refusing to acknowledge. Competence. Real competence. The kind you do not argue with because arguing with it is the same as arguing with gravity. Bakugo turned off his phone. He sat in the dark. He did not move for a long time. He did not have words for what he was feeling. The emotion was too large and too complicated and too wrapped up in a decade of choices he was not ready to examine. So he did what Katsuki Bakugo always did with things he could not explode. He pushed it down, deep, into the furnace, and he let it burn. It would come back. Things that burn always come back. But not tonight. In a different bedroom, in a different district, Kyokajiru sat cross-legged on her bed with a bullet casing in her palm. The casing was small, shorter than her little finger. It was still faintly warm, though that should have been impossible given the hours that had passed since she picked it up. The warmth was probably psychosomatic. She was a musician's daughter, and she understood that the body sometimes felt what the mind expected it to feel. She turned the casing over, examined the base. The primer had a clean strike mark, centered, uniform, the kind of impact that indicated a precisely machined firing mechanism. She was not a ballistics expert, but she was an expert in precision, because precision was the difference between a clean note and a flat one, and she had spent her entire life training her ears to hear that difference. She picked up her phone. The footage was on every feed. She had watched it twice already. She watched it again, the figure on the gantry, the arm extended, the flash. She paused the video at the moment the figure was most visible, a single frame, grainy, backlit by the dome's interior lighting. Red suit, silver armor, green hair, freckles. She thought about the mountain zone, about the dead villain on the ground behind her with a hole between his eyes that should not have been physically possible, about the boy who had walked away with a resting heart rate of 60 beats per minute and had told her, in a voice that sounded like it had never once been raised in anger, to plug her ear jacks into the wall instead of the floor. She set the casing on her bedside table. She looked at it for a long time. Then she picked it up again. In a hospital room on the 7th floor of Tokyo General's secure medical wing, Shota Aizawa lay in a bed with his right arm in a sling his face bandaged and his left eye staring at the ceiling with the focus of a man who was not resting but replaying he was running the encounter. Start to finish, every detail, every variable, every decision point. The boy had appeared in the plaza after the villains were already engaged. That meant he had been there before the attack started. He was not part of the League's main assault force. His positioning, his equipment, his behavior all indicated a separate operational objective. He had been there for a specific purpose, All Might. He had been there for All Might. Aizawa processed this without emotion. Emotion was something you dealt with after the analysis was complete, not during. The boy was quirkless. Aizawa had confirmed this by attempting to activate erasure when the boy was in his line of sight and feeling nothing. No feedback, no resistance, no quirk signature to lock onto. There was nothing there. The boy operated on pure skill, pure technology, pure human capability, pushed to a ceiling that Aizawa had not previously believed existed. The ricochet shot in the mountain zone. Aizawa had gotten the report from Jiro and Kaminari during the debrief. 1 round, 2 deflection surfaces, a moving target behind an obstruction with a friendly's head in the potential flight path. The mathematics required for that shot were not merely advanced, they were the kind of thing that should require computational assistance. The boy had done it in real time, in combat. Without hesitation, Aizawa was not a man who was easily impressed. He had spent over 2 decades in professional heroics. He had trained under some of the best combat instructors in the country. He had faced villains with quirks that bent space and time and physics. This was different. This was a different kind of dangerous. This was a human being operating at a level that did not require a quirk because the brain itself had become the quirk. A biological supercomputer dedicated entirely to the mathematics of violence. And the boy had saved students. After shooting All Might. After being hired to kill. The boy had turned on his own client and defended UA students against the people who were paying him. Aizawa stared at the ceiling. He did not understand why. And Shota Aizawa did not leave questions unanswered. 3 weeks passed. In those 3 weeks, Izuku Midoriya completed 2 contracts for the Hero Public Safety Commission. The first was a villain operating out of Sendai who had developed a biological weapon based on his quirk, a poison gas emitter whose exhalations could be captured, concentrated, and deployed in enclosed spaces. He had already killed 14 people in what authorities had classified as unrelated industrial accidents. The commission knew better. They could not prove it, could not prosecute it, and could not send a hero team without revealing intelligence sources that were more valuable than the bust. Izuku took the contract. He spent 4 days on reconnaissance. On the 5th day, he put a tungsten round through the man's brainstem from 300 meters, while the target was walking from his car to his apartment at 11:47 p.m. The round entered through the occipital bone and exited through the soft palate. Death was instantaneous. The weapon systems in the man's basement lab were cataloged and anonymously reported to local law enforcement 3 hours later. The second contract was more complicated. A group of 5 quirk traffickers operating a network that kidnapped people with rare or powerful quirks and sold them to overseas buyers. The network had been active for 7 years. 3 hero agencies had attempted infiltration operations. All 3 had failed. 2 undercover agents were confirmed dead. The 3rd had not been heard from in 11 months. Izuku did not infiltrate. He dismantled. Over the course of 8 days, he identified and eliminated the 5 principals of the network one at a time. Different methods, different locations, different times of day, no pattern, no connection, no evidence. The kidnapped victims were found in a shipping container in Yokohama, alive, dehydrated but otherwise unharmed, with an anonymous tip leading police directly to their location. The commission paid promptly. Izuku noted this. Prompt payment was a sign of satisfaction. Satisfaction was a sign of dependency. Dependency was leverage. He was building leverage the way he built everything else. Deliberately, methodically, one component at a time. During those 3 weeks, he also moved his mother. Not far, not obviously. He found a new apartment in a different district, a building with better security, a doorman who was actually a retired private security contractor, and a landlord who owed Jiran 3 favors and was willing to ask no questions about the tenant or the source of the rent payments. The apartment was nicer than what Inko was used to. 2 bedrooms, a real kitchen, a window that got morning light. Inko did not question the move. Izuku told her he had received a scholarship, a technology development grant from a private foundation, and that the stipend covered upgraded housing. She believed him because she wanted to believe him, and because the alternative was a question she was not ready to ask. Izuku installed the security system himself. Motion sensors, pressure plates, a camera network with facial recognition that fed directly to his phone, reinforced locks on every entrance, a panic room in the bedroom closet, a steel-reinforced compartment with a communication system, 12 hours of air filtration, and emergency supplies. Disguised as a built-in wardrobe, he was not paranoid. He was precise. And precision meant accounting for every variable, including the one he had identified on the day he walked out of the USJ. The League knew who he was, and the League held grudges. On the 23rd day after the USJ, the variable activated. Izuku was on a rooftop in Shinjuku, finishing reconnaissance on a potential future contract site when his phone buzzed. Not the commission phone, his personal phone. The one only 2 people had the number for, Giran and his mother. It was Giran. "Kid, we have a problem." Giran's voice was different. Giran was a man who had operated in the criminal underworld for 30 years and had developed a conversational affect that was approximately as emotive as a dial tone. He did not get nervous. He did not rush. He did not use words like problem unless the problem was real and immediate and the kind that could not be solved with money or connections. "Talk," Izuku said. "The League grabbed someone about an hour ago, a civilian, non-affiliated, no record, no connection to anything except you." Izuku's hand stopped moving. He had been adjusting the focus on a spotting scope. The adjustment stopped mid-turn, his fingers frozen on the dial, and the only sound was the wind across the rooftop and the distant grind of city traffic 40 stories below. "Who?" Izuku said. "Not a question, a demand. Your mother." The math stopped. For 1.4 seconds, the constant churning, relentless engine of calculation and assessment and probability analysis that had been running behind Izuku Midoriya's eyes since the day he was 10 years old. The engine that had survived a decade of abuse, 5 years of training, 89 confirmed kills, and a gunfight in a dome against 33 quirk users, went completely, absolutely silent. Then it came back. And when it came back, it was different. The calculations were the same. The processes were the same. The variables and the equations and the trajectories were all the same. But there was something else running underneath them now. Something that was not math and was not logic and was not any of the things Izuku had built his entire identity around. It was heat, not temperature, not thermal output. The kind of heat that comes from somewhere deeper than the body, somewhere older than the brain, somewhere in the part of a human being that existed before language and before reason and before the first equation was ever written. The part that says someone touched what is mine. Izuku's voice did not change. His breathing did not change. His heart rate went from 60 to 68, which was as close to panic as his physiology was capable of producing. "Where?" he said. "Camino. Warehouse District. Building 14 on the south side of Block C. I don't have interior layout, but I have thermal satellite from 6 months ago. Sending it now." "Who's inside?" "Shigaraki's people, unknown number. At least one high value, I'm hearing it's the fire user. Dabi." Izuku knew Dabi. He had a file. Cremation quirk, high temperature blue flames, upper range approximately 2000 degrees Celsius. Dangerous at any distance. More dangerous up close. The flames could melt steel. They could also melt the shooter before the shooter got a round off. If the shooter was not careful, Izuku was always careful. But tonight, careful was not enough. Tonight, he needed to be perfect. Not the 94.7% probability of the DU round, 100%. Because his mother was in that building, and any margin of error was a margin that could cost her life. "How long ago?" Izuku asked. "The grab happened at approximately 6:15 p.m. Your security system registered a breach at 6:11 p.m. 4 individuals entered the apartment. The doorman was neutralized, alive, but out. Your mother's panic button was activated at 6:13 p.m., but the signal was jammed before it reached your phone. The League has military-grade signal jammers now. They didn't have those 3 weeks ago. They were learning, adapting, Shigaraki was stupid in some ways, but he was not stupid enough to attack the same target the same way twice. The League had upgraded. That meant Izuku's assumptions about their technological capabilities were outdated. He adjusted. "Demands?" Izuku asked. "None yet. That's what worries me. If they wanted to negotiate, they'd have reached out. If they wanted her dead, she'd already be dead. They're holding her, which means they want you. They want me to come. Yeah. Then I'm coming." Izuku ended the call. He stood on the rooftop in Shinjuku and he looked east toward Kamino Ward, and he ran the fastest operational plan of his life. The ride to Kamino took 19 minutes. Izuku broke 11 traffic laws and exceeded the speed limit on every road. He did not care. He had never broken a traffic law in his life. Tonight, he did not care about a single thing that was not the interior of Building 14, Block C, Kamino Ward. He suited up on the move. The motorcycle had a compartment under the seat, not large enough for the full suit, but large enough for the wrist cannons, the eyepiece, and 2 magazines of tungsten AP. The rest of his equipment, the armor, the bodysuit, was at his apartment. He was not going to his apartment. His apartment was compromised. His mother was not there. He arrived at Kamino in street clothes. Jeans, a dark jacket, running shoes. The wrist cannons were strapped under his sleeves. The eyepiece was in his pocket. He parked the motorcycle 3 blocks from the warehouse district. He walked the rest. His footsteps were silent, a habit so deeply ingrained it activated even when he was not wearing the vibration-dampened boots. He moved through the streets of Kamino Ward like a shadow with a pulse, and the pedestrians he passed did not notice him, and the security cameras on the buildings did not flag him because Izuku Midoriya knew where every camera in this district was pointed and had known for 2 years. He reached Block C at 7:04 p.m. The sun was down. The warehouse district was industrial, half abandoned, lit by sodium vapor lamps that cast everything in a sickly amber glow. Building 14 was a 2-story corrugated steel structure approximately 40 meters long and 20 wide. Loading dock on the north side, pedestrian entrance on the east, no windows on the ground floor. 6 windows on the second floor, all blacked out. Izuku put on the eyepiece. It activated. The HUD lit up. Thermal scan initiated, 7 heat signatures inside. 6 on the ground floor. 1 on the second floor, seated, not moving. His mother, she was alive. The thermal signature was consistent with a living human in a seated position, body temperature within normal range, no signs of injury or distress beyond elevated heart rate. She was scared, but she was intact, 6 hostiles. The eyepiece could not identify quirk types through thermal alone, but it could read body positions, movement patterns, and equipment signatures. 2 of the 6 were stationary, positioned near the second floor stairwell, guards. 3 were clustered in the center of the ground floor, probably Shigaraki's main force. 1 was separate, near the loading dock, moving with the fluid, predatory gait of someone whose body language screamed confidence. Dabi Izuku assessed the entry options. The loading dock was the most direct route, but also the most expected. The pedestrian entrance was monitored. He could see the faint glow of an electronic sensor on the eyepiece's scan. The roof had a ventilation system that was large enough to accommodate a person of his size, but the ductwork would channel sound and would alert anyone with enhanced hearing. He chose the wall. Building 14's corrugated steel siding was fastened with industrial rivets at regular intervals. Between the rivet lines, the steel panels were stressed by age and weather, microfractures in the corrugation joints, invisible to the naked eye, but clearly flagged by the eyepiece's structural analysis. Izuku selected a panel on the west side of the building, the side with no heat signatures nearby, and placed both palms against it. The magnetic grip pads on his gloves activated. He pulled, slowly, steadily. The corrugated panel bent then separated from the rivet line with a low metallic groan that he dampened by pulling in rhythm with the ambient industrial noise from the surrounding buildings. A gap appeared, 12 inches wide. Enough. He slipped through. Inside, the warehouse was dark. Concrete floor, steel columns, remnants of whatever industrial operation had once occupied the space. Crates, pallets, defunct machinery. The air smelled like dust and diesel, and the faint, acrid chemical signature that Izuku's trained nose identified as accelerant. Dabi had prepped the building. If things went wrong, he was going to burn it. With everyone inside, Izuku filed this. adjusted the plan. The accelerant changed the calculus. Any engagement near the fuel sources risked ignition, and ignition in an enclosed space with his mother on the second floor was unacceptable. He needed to neutralize the fire threat first. Dabi was near the loading dock, 60 meters from Izuku's position. The three central hostiles were between them, spread in a loose triangle at approximately 30, 35, and 40 meters. Izuku moved. He had never moved like this before. He had always been fast, not superhumanly fast, but efficient, economical, the kind of movement that covered distance without wasting a single joule of energy. Tonight, he was faster. The heat beneath the calculations was pushing his body past its normal operational parameters. His muscles were flooded with adrenaline he usually suppressed. His reaction time, already measured in fractions of seconds, was shorter. His vision, already augmented by the eyepiece, was sharper. He was not a different person. He was the same person with one additional input. And the input was, my mother is upstairs and everyone between me and her is going to fall. The first guard was standing next to a support column facing the pedestrian entrance, holding what the eyepiece identified as a crowbar. Not a quirk user. No thermal anomalies, no energy signatures, just a thug with a piece of metal. Izuku came up behind him. The man did not hear him, did not sense him, did not register any warning until Izuku's left wrist cannon was pressed against the base of his skull. Don't move, Izuku whispered. Don't speak. Nod if you understand. The man nodded. The crowbar clattered to the ground. How many quirk users inside? Izuku asked. The man held up 3 fingers. Which ones? Didabi, the man whispered. The loading dock, and the 2 by the stairs. One of them does something with his hands, turns things soft. The other one can extend his fingers, like whips. Izuku processed this. Softening quirk, potentially dangerous if the user could soften the floor beneath him or the walls around him. Finger extension, a reach-based quirk, useful for grappling or striking from a distance. The woman upstairs, Izuku said. Is she hurt? No, Shigaraki said don't touch her. She's bait. Where is Shigaraki? Not here. He's watching remotely. Cameras. Cameras. Izuku's eyepiece had not detected wireless signals on the initial scan, which meant the cameras were hardwired. A hardwired feed to a remote location required a physical connection. Fiber optic cable running out of the building to a nearby relay point. He would deal with that later. Right now, 6 minus 1 equaled 5 hostiles remaining. Izuku put the man to sleep. A rubber slug to the nerve cluster at the junction of the neck and shoulder fired at contact range, with just enough force to trigger an involuntary loss of consciousness without permanent damage. The man slumped. Izuku lowered him silently to the floor, 5 remaining. 2 guards on the stairs, 2 non-quirk thugs in the center. Dabi at the loading dock, Izuku moved to the center of the warehouse using the crates and pallets as cover. The 2 central thugs were talking. Low voices, bored, the kind of conversation people have when they are on a job that has involved a lot of waiting and not a lot of action. Izuku put both of them down in the same second. 2 rounds. 2 rubber slugs. 1 from each wrist cannon. Left and right simultaneously. The shots were so close together that they sounded like a single impact. Both men dropped. 3 remaining. The sound of the bodies hitting the floor carried. Not far. The warehouse was large, and the ambient noise from outside muffled internal sounds, but far enough. Oi, a voice called from the loading dock. Lazy, unconcerned. Dabi. The hell was that? Izuku did not respond. He was already moving. Not toward Dabi, toward the stairs. The 2 guards on the stairs were the barrier between him and his mother. They had heard the sound too. The eyepiece showed their thermal signatures shifting, turning, readying themselves. The softening quirk user's hands were glowing faintly. A pre-activation state, Izuku came around the corner at the base of the stairs and fired twice. The first round hit the softening quirk user's right hand. The man screamed, a high, sharp sound that echoed through the warehouse. His quirk could not activate if his hands were damaged. The round was tungsten AP, not rubber. Izuku had made the calculation. A quirk that could soften surfaces was a threat to structural integrity, and structural integrity was what kept his mother's floor from collapsing. The lethal force threshold was met. The second round hit the finger extension user in the shoulder, spinning him sideways. The man's fingers extended involuntarily, long, whip-like projections that lashed out in pain response, cracking against the stairwell walls. Izuku ducked under one, sidestepped another, and fired a third round directly into the man's kneecap. He went down, 2 seconds, 2 guards, disabled. But the screams had done what the body impacts had not. They had reached Dabi. Blue light bloomed at the far end of the warehouse, hot blue like the heart of a welding torch. The air temperature in the building spiked. Izuku's eyepiece registered a 12-degree increase in ambient temperature in under 2 seconds. Dabi was walking toward him, slowly, both hands alight. Blue flames curling around his forearms like living things, licking the air, turning the oxygen itself into fuel. The patchwork skin on his face was stretched in something that was not quite a smile but lived in the same neighborhood. "So you're the shooter," Dabi said. "Gotta say, expected someone bigger." Izuku was at the base of the stairs. His mother was directly above him. 20 steps and a door between them. But Dabi was between him and escape, and the accelerant was between Dabi and everything else, and if those blue flames touched the fuel, the building would become an oven in under 30 seconds. Izuku aimed his right wrist cannon at Dabi. Range, 42 meters. Clear line of sight, easy shot, but a shot meant noise, and noise meant Dabi might reflexively ignite, and ignition near the accelerant was... "Don't bother thinking about it," Dabi said, reading his posture. "I already soaked the ground floor. You shoot me, I go out swinging, and this whole place lights up. Your mom's upstairs, steel building, no windows, she cooks." Dabi was smart, not Izuku smart, but operationally smart. He had created a dead man's switch with himself as the trigger. Izuku's eyepiece was processing, scanning the floor, mapping the accelerant spread. The fuel was concentrated along the ground floor's perimeter, a ring of flammable liquid that, if ignited, would create a wall of fire cutting off all exits simultaneously. The stairwell was not soaked. Dabi had left the stairs clear because Inko needed to be accessible if the bait worked. The stairs were the safe zone, and Dabi was 42 meters from the stairs. Izuku made a decision. He turned and ran up the stairs. Dabi blinked. He had expected a fight. He had expected the confrontation, the standoff, the dramatic back and forth. He had not expected the most dangerous marksman on the planet to turn his back and sprint up a staircase. "The hell!" Dabi started. Izuku hit the second floor in 3 seconds. The door to the room where his mother was held was at the end of a short corridor. Locked. Electronic bolt. He bypassed it with a signal override in 2 seconds. The same method he had used at the USJ. The same one he always used, because electronic locks were all fundamentally the same, and they were all fundamentally breakable. The door opened. Inko Midoriya was sitting in a metal chair in the center of an empty room. Her hands were zip-tied behind her back. Her ankles were zip-tied to the chair legs. There was a strip of tape over her mouth. Her eyes were red from crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and when the door opened and her son walked in, not in the red suit, not in the silver armor, just jeans and a jacket and running shoes, and the eyepiece glowing over his right eye, she made a sound behind the tape that was not a word, but was louder than any word Izuku had ever heard. He crossed the room in 4 steps. He knelt in front of her. He removed the tape gently, carefully, so it would not hurt, because the idea of causing his mother even a fraction of a second of additional pain was intolerable in a way that nothing else in his life had ever been intolerable. "Mom," he said. "Izuku," she whispered. Her voice was raw. "Izuku, who are these people? Why did they? I'm getting you out, right now." He cut the zip ties with a blade he kept in his jacket pocket. Inko's hands came free and immediately grabbed his face. Both hands, one on each cheek, the way she had held him when he was small, the way she held him when she needed to make sure something was real. She looked at him. She looked at the eyepiece. She looked at the wrist cannons visible beneath his jacket sleeves. She saw it. Not all of it. Not the 89 contracts, not the years of training, not the kill count, not the USJ. She did not see the specifics, but she saw the shape of it. The outline, the truth that her son was something other than what she had believed, and that the something had guns. "Izuku," she said again, quieter this time, the voice of a woman who was standing at the edge of a question she could not take back. "Later," Izuku said. "Everything, I promise, but right now we move." He helped her stand. She was shaking. Not from cold, from adrenaline and fear and the specific unique terror of a mother who has been used as a weapon against her own child. The corridor outside the room led back to the stairwell. The stairwell led to the ground floor. The ground floor had Dabi and a building's worth of accelerant. Izuku's eyepiece was running thermal. Dabi had not moved from his position near the loading dock. He was waiting. The blue glow was still active. Izuku guided his mother to the stairwell. They descended. Slowly. Quietly. His left arm was around her shoulders. His right wrist cannon was aimed forward. Tracking the ground floor through the eyepiece's overlay, they reached the bottom of the stairs. The west wall, where Izuku had entered, was 17 meters away. The gap he had created in the corrugated siding was still there. Dabi was 40 meters to the east, near the loading dock, facing the stairwell. 17 meters to freedom. 40 meters of Dabi between them, and the wrong direction. Izuku stepped off the stairwell, keeping his mother behind him, and moved toward the west wall. Leaving so soon? Dabi's voice echoed through the warehouse. The blue light intensified. Shigaraki's not going to like that. Shigaraki's not here, Izuku said without stopping. And you are standing in a building you soaked with accelerant. That's a dead man's switch, and it only works if I'm inside the blast radius when you pull it. In 4 seconds, I won't be. Dabi's eyes narrowed. His fingers twitched. The blue flames crept up his arms. 3 seconds, Izuku said. He reached the gap in the wall. He guided his mother through it, sideways, careful, her clothes catching on the rough edge of the corrugated steel. Dabi raised his hand. The temperature in the building spiked. The air itself wavered. Izuku shoved his mother through the gap and followed her, and as he cleared the wall, he fired a single round behind him. Not at Dabi. At the ceiling directly above the loading dock, the round hit a fire suppression pipe that the eyepiece had identified on the initial structural scan. The pipe ruptured. 800 liters of water per minute cascaded down onto the loading dock, onto the accelerant pool beneath Dabi's feet, and directly onto Dabi himself. The blue flames went out. Not completely. Dabi's quirk was too powerful to be fully suppressed by water, but enough. The flames sputtered, flickered, and the temperature dropped 40 degrees in a single second. The accelerant was diluted, soaked, neutralized. Dabi screamed, not in pain, in frustration. The sound echoed through the warehouse and out through the gap in the wall and chased Izuku and his mother down the alley like an animal. They ran. 3 blocks. Izuku's arm around his mother, her feet bare. They had taken her shoes. She ran on concrete and gravel and broken glass, and she did not slow down. Because Izuku Midoriya was a woman who had been told her son was worthless by a world that measured worth in quirks, and she had never once believed it. And she was not going to slow down now when her son needed her to run. They reached the motorcycle. Izuku put his mother on the back. She held on. He drove. The safe house was in Yokohama, a property Jiran maintained for emergencies, off every grid, known to exactly 4 people in the world. Izuku had memorized the location 2 years ago. He had never used it. Tonight he used it. The apartment was small, clean, anonymous, a bed, a kitchen, a bathroom, no windows. Izuku swept it with the eyepiece. No cameras, no bugs, no surveillance. Clean. Inko sat on the bed. Her feet were bleeding from the run. Izuku knelt in front of her and cleaned the cuts with supplies from the bathroom. Antiseptic, gauze, tape. His hands were steady. They were always steady, but his jaw was tight, and his eyes, usually flat and expressionless, had something in them that Inko had not seen since he was 10 years old. She watched him wrap her feet. She watched the wrist cannons catch the light. She watched the eyepiece, powered down now, sitting on the kitchen counter like a piece of alien technology. "How long?" she asked. He did not pretend to misunderstand. 5 years. She closed her eyes. Her hands settled in her lap. She was quiet for a long time. "The money," she said. "Yes." "The late nights." "Yes." The news, the USJ. That was... Yes. She opened her eyes. They were wet, but she was not crying. She was looking at her son with an expression that contained everything and communicated it all at once. The grief and the fear and the love and the understanding and the terrible, wrenching acknowledgement that the child she had raised was both exactly who she thought he was and someone she had never imagined. "Are you safe?" she asked. Izuku looked at her. He had expected anger. He had expected tears. He had expected the collapse, the recriminations, the how could you, and the what have you done, and all the reactions he had modeled in contingency scenarios over the years. He had not expected that question. "Are you safe?" She asked again, and Izuku Midoriya, who had an answer for everything, who had never encountered a question he could not solve in under 2 seconds, who had built his entire life on the principle that every variable could be accounted for and every outcome could be calculated, sat on the floor of a safe house in Yokohama with his mother's blood on his hands, and his eyes burning with something that was not tears, but was close enough to be their cousin. "I don't know," he said. Inko reached down and put her hand on his head. The way she used to when he was small. The way she had on that night when he was 4 and the doctor said Quirkless and the world got smaller. "Then, be careful," she said. "Always," he said. And the word, for the first time in 5 years, felt like something other than a reflex. Izuku stayed at the safe house for 3 hours. He treated his mother's injuries. He made her tea. He set up a communication system, encrypted, untraceable, a direct line between the safe house and his phone. He called Jiran and arranged for 24-hour physical security. 2 contractors, vetted, armed, stationed outside the building in rotating 12-hour shifts. Then he told his mother he had to go. She nodded. She did not ask where. She did not ask why. She held his hand for a moment. Her grip was stronger than it looked. It had always been stronger than it looked. And then she let go. Izuku left the safe house. He stood on the street outside and he breathed the night air and he felt the heat still running underneath his calculations. And he thought about the look on Dabi's face when the water hit and the look on his mother's face when she asked if he was safe. 2 variables. Both new, both unaccounted for in any model he had previously built. He filed them. He would process later. Right now, there was work to do. He called the commission. "I need everything you have on the League of Villains operational structure. Safe houses, communication networks, personnel files, known associates, financial channels, everything. That data is classified," Tsuragami said. "The League just kidnapped a civilian under my protection. That civilian was used as bait to draw me into an ambush. The League's operational security has improved significantly since USJ. They have military-grade signal jammers, hardwired surveillance systems, and pre-positioned accelerants for building-scale demolition. If you want me to continue operating effectively, I need to know what I'm dealing with. Declassify it." A pause. "I'll have it sent within the hour." 20 minutes. 30. 25, and include the satellite coverage of the Camino Ward for the last 6 months. Tsuragami sent it in 22 minutes. Izuku spent the next 4 hours in a rented office space in Shinjuku, surrounded by printouts and holographic displays projected from his eyepiece, dismantling the League of Villains on paper. He would dismantle them in person later. But paper came first. Paper always came first. 4 days after the warehouse on a Tuesday evening that was unremarkable in every way except the one that mattered, Kyokujiro found him. She had been looking for 3 weeks, not casually, not on a whim, methodically, the way she did everything. It started with the bullet casing. She had taken it to a materials science lab at UA, one of the support course workshops after hours when nobody was around to ask questions. She ran a compositional analysis, tungsten carbide core, carbon fiber sabot remnant, electromagnetic propulsion residue, not gunpowder, not chemical propellant, but the specific ionization pattern left by a magnetically accelerated projectile, custom ammunition, not available commercially, not available militarily, one of a kind. That was a dead end for most people. For Jiru, it was a frequency. Everything had a frequency, everything vibrated. Every material, every structure, every object in the world resonated at a specific set of frequencies determined by its composition, density, and geometry. Jiru's earphone jacks could read those frequencies the way most people read text. She could identify materials by their vibration signature. She could track sounds through solid structures. She could feel the difference between steel and titanium through 6 inches of concrete. The electromagnetic propulsion system in Izuku's wrist cannons had a frequency. Every time it fired, it created a specific electromagnetic pulse, brief, sharp, unique, that propagated through whatever structure the shooter was standing on at the time of firing. At the USJ, that structure was the gantry, which was connected to the dome, which was connected to the ground, which was connected to Jiru's earphone jacks. She had recorded that frequency unconsciously at the time. Her jacks stored vibration data the way a hard drive stores files, passively, automatically, always. She had gone back through her stored data and isolated the pulse. A signature. A fingerprint from there. It was a matter of listening. She listened for 3 weeks. Every night after class, she plugged her jacks into the ground, into walls, into the infrastructure of the city itself. Water mains, electrical conduits, railway tracks, the hidden nervous system that ran beneath the surface of everything. She listened for the frequency. The specific, unique electromagnetic signature of a weapon that existed nowhere else on Earth. On the 19th day, she caught it. A faint echo propagated through the utility conduits beneath Shinjuku, time-stamped at approximately 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, the night of the first commission contract. The Sendai villain. The shot had been fired in Sendai, but the electromagnetic pulse had traveled through the national power grid, conducted along high-voltage transmission lines the way sound travels along a wire, and had picked up the attenuated echo in Tokyo. She triangulated. Not the shot location. That was too far, too degraded, but the return path, the path the shooter took home, the vibration signature of a specific motorcycle engine, recorded by her jacks through the pavement. Traveling from the Shinjuku Rail District to a neighborhood in Ward 12, she narrowed it down to a 3-block radius. Then she walked. For 2 nights after dark, ear jacks extended, listening to every building, every room, every heartbeat in a 3-block radius. On the 3rd night, she found him. She knew it was him before she saw him. She felt the heartbeat first. 61 beats per minute, even, steady, the same cadence she had recorded at the USJ. Nobody else in the world had that heartbeat. Nobody else in the world was that calm as their default state. He was on a rooftop. Of course he was. She took the fire escape up and found him sitting on the ledge, legs dangling over a 12-story drop, phone in one hand, the city spread out below him like a circuit board. He heard her coming. She knew he heard her coming because his head turned fractionally 2 degrees to the right before she stepped onto the roof surface. He had heard her footsteps on the fire escape and had identified the weight, the gait, and probably the shoe size before she cleared the top step. He did not reach for his wrist cannons. That was either a sign of trust or a sign of certainty that she was not a threat. Jiru was not sure which, and she was not sure which she preferred. "You're a hard person to find," Jiru said. She stopped 3 meters from him, close enough to talk, far enough to run if running was necessary, though she suspected it would not be. Izuku looked at her. The eyepiece was off. His face was bare, no armor, no suit, just a teenager in civilian clothes with green hair and freckles and eyes that were looking at her with something she had not seen at the USJ. At the USJ, his eyes had been flat, empty, professional. Here, on this rooftop in the quiet of a Tuesday night, there was something else in them. Not warmth, exactly, but attention. The particular, focused attention of someone who was not just seeing her, but studying her, the way he studied everything, except that for the first time, the study did not seem entirely tactical. "You tracked my electromagnetic signature through the national power grid," Izuku said. "Not a question," Jiru blinked. "How did you?" "Your jacks. They store vibration data passively. You isolated the EM pulse from my wrist cannon at the USJ, identified its frequency signature, and used the national infrastructure as a detection network. The pulse from the Sendai shot would have propagated along the high-voltage transmission lines. You picked it up through the local utility grid and triangulated my return route using the vibration pattern of my motorcycle engine." He paused. "That's actually very clever." Jiru stared at him. "You figured that out in the time it took me to walk across the roof." "I figured it out when your ear jacks twitched. They do that when you're processing vibration data. The left one coils tighter than the right. You were reading the rooftop's frequency signature to confirm my location. The only way you'd need confirmation is if you'd been tracking a frequency, which means you had a source signature, which means you got it from the USJ, which means shrugged. It's deduction. I do it with everything. You do it with bullets and physics. I do it with everything, he repeated. Jiru crossed her arms. Her earjacks swayed in the light wind, a movement that was half unconscious and half deliberate, the same way a cat's ears rotate toward a sound without the cat deciding to move them. You shot all might, she said. We covered this. And we covered it in the middle of a combat zone with villains on the ground, and you walking away before I could ask a follow-up question. This is the follow-up. Izuku looked at her. He seemed to be deciding something. Not whether to answer. He had already decided that. He was deciding how much. What do you want to know? He said. Why you stopped? Of all the questions she could have asked, who are you? How did you build those weapons? What happened after you left? Are you going to kill anyone else? That was the one she chose. Why he stopped. Why the second shot did not fire. Why a hitman with a perfect record and a clear line of sight chose not to take the kill. Izuku was quiet for a moment. Not calculating, thinking. There was a difference, and Jiro was one of the very few people who would have noticed it. The contract was voided, he said. Shigaraki changed the terms. That's the reason you gave it the USJ. The contractual one. The professional one. I'm asking about the other one. What makes you think there's another one? Jiro uncrossed her arms. She reached into her jacket pocket and produced the bullet casing. She held it up between her thumb and forefinger, the way a musician holds a pick. Because I listened to your heartbeat as you walked away from us, she said. 60 beats per minute, perfectly steady. You had just killed a man, fought 30 villains, and walked away from the most powerful hero in the country. Your heart didn't change. She paused. But when Shigaraki said to kill the students, when he specifically said to kill the girl who spotted you, your heart did something I've never heard before. It skipped. Not a lot, not enough for anyone else to notice. But your heart skipped one beat and then it came back faster. 68. And that's where it stayed for the rest of the fight. She looked at him. Her dark eyes were steady, curious, unafraid. So I'm asking, why did your heart skip? Izuku Midoriya, who had been asked questions by Yakuza bosses and commission operatives and the leader of the League of Villains, who had never once been caught off guard by a question in any conversation, in any context, in 5 years of operating in the most dangerous spaces on the planet, looked at Kyoka Jiro and did not have an answer ready. That was new. I don't know, he said, and it was the truth. The same truth he had given his mother at the safe house. The only truth available when the math stopped and something else took over. Jiro studied him for a long moment. Then she did something he did not expect. She sat down, on the ledge next to him, close enough that her shoulder was 6 inches from his. She dangled her legs over the 12-story drop the same way he did that, and she looked out at the city, and she did not flinch. You're not afraid of heights, he said. I'm not afraid of a lot of things, she said, apparently including you, which is probably stupid. It's not stupid. I'm not going to hurt you. I know. That's what I can't figure out. I should be scared of you. Everyone should be scared of you. You're the most wanted person in the country. And you just told me you don't know why you did the one thing that proves you might actually have a conscience. I should be terrified. She tilted her head. Her earjacks curled slightly. The movement was subtle, involuntary, and completely unconscious. Izuku noted it. But I'm not, she said, and I don't know why either, so I guess we're both confused. They sat on the rooftop together. The city hummed beneath them, a billion vibrations, a billion frequencies, a billion lives, producing a billion sounds that Jiro could hear and Izuku could calculate, and neither of them could fully comprehend alone. They talked. Not about the USJ, not about the shot, not about contracts or killing or the League or the Commission. They talked about other things. Small things. She told him about her parents, both musicians pro-level, her father a guitarist and her mother a composer. She told him about the first time she realized her earjacks could hear things nobody else could, and how it had been overwhelming until she learned to filter, and how sometimes, late at night, she could hear the earth rotating if she pressed her jacks deep enough into the ground. He told her about the notebooks, the 14 hero analysis notebooks he had kept as a child, the ones he had never opened again. He told her about the slingshot, about the fly on the railing and how he had shot its wings off one at a time and then felt nothing, and how feeling nothing had been its own kind of answer to a question he had not known he was asking. They did not talk about feelings. They did not confess. They did not have a moment of grand romantic realization. What they had was something quieter and more dangerous: recognition. The recognition that happens when two people who have always processed the world differently from everyone around them find someone who processes it differently in a compatible way. Jiro heard the world. Izuku calculated it. The overlap was narrow, but it was deep, and in that overlap something was taking root that neither of them had names for yet. At 11:30, Jiro stood. She stretched. Her earjacks coiled and uncoiled, releasing the tension of 2 hours of ambient monitoring. "I should go," she said. "Curfew." "You're going to keep tracking me," Izuku said, not a question. "Probably." "You know what I am." "I know what you do. I don't think that's the same thing." She walked to the fire escape, stopped, turned back. "For what it's worth," she said, "the advice you gave me at the USJ, plug into the wall instead of the floor, that's the reason I was able to triangulate your position, which is the reason the students knew where you were, which is the reason you couldn't take the second shot." She paused. "You gave me the tool I needed to stop you, and you did it while you were still on the job." She looked at him. The city lights reflected in her earjacks small points of gold and white. "I think you know exactly why your heart skipped, Midoriya. I think you've known since it happened. I think you just haven't decided what to do about it yet." She descended the fire escape. Her footsteps were steady and sure, and she did not look back. Izuku sat on the rooftop for another hour after she left. He did not move. He did not calculate. He listened, not with jacks or sensors or augmented hearing, but with whatever it was inside him that had skipped a beat when a man in a bar had said, "Kill the girl who spotted the shooter." He listened. And he heard something he could not quantify. He filed it anyway. The confrontation with All Might happened 11 days later. Izuku did not plan it. It was the first significant event in 5 years that he did not plan, and the lack of planning was itself a data point he would spend a long time analyzing. He was at the construction site. He was his original training ground, the abandoned lot on the edge of Musutafu, where everything had started with a slingshot and a can and a 10-year-old's decision to become something the world had no name for. He still came here sometimes. Not to practice. He had long outgrown anything the site could offer as a range, but to think. The way other people went to churches or parks or their childhood bedrooms. The construction site was his. It was the place where Izuku Midoriya had been built. He was sitting on a concrete block, eyepiece off, wrist cannons disarmed, when the skeleton walked in. Toshinori Yagi was thinner than Izuku remembered. That should not have been possible, because Izuku remembered him as already impossibly thin, the emaciated, hollowed-out truth behind the golden lie. But 3 weeks of hospitalization and a depleted uranium round through his weakest point had done what years of slow deterioration had only threatened. The man who walked into the construction site was less than a man. He was a framework, a structure with the contents removed. He moved like something held together by will alone, and the will was visibly flagging. He was alone. No bodyguards, no heroes, no commission handlers. Just Toshinori Yagi in baggy clothes and a surgical mask, walking into an abandoned lot where the person who had shot him was sitting 12 meters away with the weapons that had done it strapped to his wrists. Izuku watched him approach. He did not stand. He did not reach for the wrist cannons. He did not do anything except sit and watch the man who had ended his childhood walk toward him across broken concrete. Toshinori stopped. 5 meters away. Close enough to talk. Far enough that the distance said something. Not fear, but acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that the space between them was not just physical. They looked at each other. Toshinori spoke first. His voice was quiet. Rough. The voice of a man whose throat had been healing from internal bleeding for 3 weeks and might never fully recover. "I found you the same way I found you the first time," he said. "I followed the notebooks." Izuku's brow shifted, fractionally. "What?" "Your hero analysis notebooks. You threw them away when you were 10. I know because I came back, kid. 2 days after that rooftop. I came back to find you. There was something I needed to tell you. Something I should have said instead of what I said, but you were gone. Your mother said you were at school, but you weren't at school. You were here. He coughed. Blood on the mask. He ignored it. I found this place 3 years ago. I've known about it since then. I didn't come because I didn't know what to say. And I still don't know what to say, but now I'm here anyway. Izuku sat on the concrete block. He did not move. His expression was what it always was, still, controlled, unrateable. But underneath the stillness, the machine was running, and the machine was producing an output it had never produced before. Uncertainty. Not tactical uncertainty, not operational uncertainty, emotional uncertainty, the kind that could not be resolved with better data or cleaner equations. You told me I couldn't be a hero, Izuku said. The words landed, not like bullets, like stones dropped into deep water. Toshinori flinched. It was a small movement, almost invisible, but Izuku saw it because Izuku saw everything. I did, Toshinori said. You were wrong. I know. Not because I became one. I didn't. You were wrong because the answer was not yours to give. You told a 10-year-old that his dream was dead, and you said it like it was a fact, like it was physics, like it was the same kind of truth as gravity or thermodynamics. It was not. It was an opinion. A bad one. Delivered by a man a child trusted more than anyone else alive. Izuku's voice was flat. Steady. The same voice he used in negotiations, in firefights, in every moment of every day. But there was something underneath it now. Not anger, not heat, not the operational detachment that had defined him for 5 years. Something older. Something that had been in a box in his chest since he was 10, welded shut, sealed away, the weld was cracking. I built everything I am on that rooftop, Izuku said. Every shot, every contract, every kill. It all started with you telling me I was nothing, and me deciding you were right, but not in the way you meant. You meant I should give up. I meant I should become the kind of nothing that could not be ignored. Toshinori stood there. He did not defend himself. He did not explain. He did not say, but I was trying to protect you, or I didn't mean it that way, or any of the things a lesser man would have said to soften the blow. He stood in the consequence of what he had done, and he let it hit him full force because Toshinori Yagi understood, better than anyone alive, that some blows were not meant to be blocked. You're right, Toshinori said. About all of it. I have no defense. I have no excuse. I was afraid. For you. And I let my fear become your truth. And you built a life on it. And that life has a body count. He paused. The cough came again. He held the mask to his mouth, and when he lowered it, the fabric was redder. 87 people are dead because I told a boy he couldn't be what he was born to be. I know that. I will carry that for the rest of whatever life I have left, which is not long, I think. Not anymore. Izuku looked at him, really looked for the first time since the man had walked in. Not a tactical scan, not a threat assessment, just looking, the way a person looks at another person when they are trying to see something that is not visible. You came back, Izuku said. 2 days later, you said you came back. Yes. Why? Toshinori's mouth opened, closed. His eyes, sunken, hollow. The eyes of a man who had been dying for 6 years and had only recently been given a concrete reason to hurry, went somewhere else. Somewhere internal. Somewhere that was not this construction site, but a rooftop 5 years ago where a boy with green hair had asked the most important question of his life and been given the worst possible answer. Because I was going to offer you my power, Toshinori said, the construction site went silent. The ambient city noise continued. Traffic, birds, the distant hum of civilization, but in the space between the two of them, the air itself seemed to stop. My quirk, Toshinori said, one for all. It can be transferred, passed from one person to another. I have been searching for a successor, someone worthy of inheriting it. And on that rooftop, the day I met you, I saw something in you that I had never seen in anyone else. I saw someone who wanted to save people not because he could, but because he couldn't stop himself from wanting to. And I was going to tell you. I was going to offer you everything. He coughed, longer this time. But I got scared. I saw a quirkless boy in a world that eats quirkless people alive, and I thought I was protecting you by telling you the truth. I thought the truth was kinder than the hope, and I was wrong. I was catastrophically, irreversibly wrong. And by the time I came back 2 days later to say what I should have said the first time, you were already gone. Izuku sat on the concrete block. He sat very still, one for all. A transferable quirk, the power of the symbol of peace offered to a quirkless boy and then withdrawn before the offer was ever made. He had been 10 years old, crying in the rain on a rooftop while the man who could have changed his life chose safety over faith. And if Toshinori had made a different choice, if he had said yes instead of no, if he had offered the power instead of the rejection, Izuku Midoriya would be a different person. A hero, probably. A student at UA, someone with a quirk, a costume, a code name, a smile, someone who had never fired a shot, never taken a contract, never killed anyone. 87 people, alive. The math produced this number without Izuku asking it to. The machine ran the counterfactual and presented the result, and the result was a number that could not be negotiated or rationalized or filed away. 87. Izuku looked at Toshinori. Toshinori looked at him. "You can't give me that power now," Izuku said. "No, I can't. Not in good conscience. Not to someone who has done what you've done. The power is meant for a hero, and you are not a hero. You said so yourself." "Then why are you here?" Toshinori was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was barely audible, a whisper from a man who had once commanded the attention of the entire world with a single word. "Because I owe you a debt I cannot pay. Because I broke something in you that I cannot fix. Because you shot me and I deserved it, and you saved those students and you did not have to, and I do not understand you and I am not sure I am supposed to, but I am here, and I am sorry, and the sorry is not enough, but it is real, and it is all I have." The construction site held the silence for a long time. Izuku stood. He was shorter than Toshinori, even in his emaciated form. The former hero had height. Izuku looked up at him. "The apology is noted," Izuku said. "I don't know if I accept it. I don't know what accepting it would mean. I have not built a framework for forgiveness. It was never operationally relevant." He paused. "But you came back 2 days later. You came back." "I did. That matters. I don't know how much. I don't know what to do with it, but it matters." Toshinori's eyes were wet. He did not wipe them. He stood in the ruin of his own choices, and he let the tears come because he had spent 6 years hiding behind a smile, and he did not have the strength to hide anymore. "Find your successor," Izuku said. "Give one for all to someone who will use it the way it was meant to be used. Make the choice you should have made with me and make it right this time." He turned. He began to walk away, just like at the USJ, his back to someone who could change everything, but he stopped. 3 steps away, he looked over his shoulder. "And for what it's worth," Izuku said, "the punch, the one that sent the Nomu through the roof. I've never seen anything like it. I've analyzed over 400 of your fights. That one was the best." He walked away. Toshinori stood in the construction site alone. The tears ran down his sunken cheeks and hit the concrete, and he did not wipe them, and he did not move for a very long time. And somewhere in the architecture of Izuku Midoriya's mind, in the place where variables were stored and equations were written, and the cold mathematics of his life were maintained, a box that had been welded shut for 5 years developed a crack, not a break, not an opening, a crack, thin as a hair, but present. The math noted it, the math adjusted, and the equation for the first time included a term that Izuku did not fully understand. He would learn. Bakugo found him 3 days later, because of course Bakugo found him. Katsuki Bakugo did not let things go. It was his worst trait and his best one, and the line between the two was invisible. The meeting was not planned. Izuku was crossing the Musutafu commercial district on foot, a routine transit route between 2 surveillance positions he maintained, when he felt the familiar thermal bloom of nitroglycerin-based perspiration at 7 o'clock. "Don't turn around," Bakugo said. Izuku kept walking. Bakugo fell into step beside him. They walked together for half a block. 2 teenagers on a sidewalk. Nobody looked twice. Bakugo's hands were in his pockets. His jaw was set so tight that the muscles in his neck stood out like cables. He was looking straight ahead. His eyes were focused on a point approximately 200 meters in the distance, which meant he was looking at nothing, which meant he was building towards something. 6 seconds of silence. Then, "I told you to jump off a roof." Izuku said nothing. 4 years ago, on the school roof, I told you that if you wanted a quirk so badly, you should take a swan dive and hope you get one in your next life. I said that. To you. Bakugo's voice was not loud. It was not angry. It was the voice of someone pulling a splinter out of their own chest and examining it in the light. And then you went and became the most dangerous person in the country without one. They walked. The sidewalk was crowded with afternoon commuters. Nobody was listening. I'm not going to apologize, Bakugo said, because an apology is just words, and words are cheap, and I've spent my whole life saying things that cost other people more than they cost me. So I'm not going to say sorry. He stopped walking. Izuku stopped a step later. They stood on the sidewalk and people flowed around them like water around stones. Bakugo turned to face him. Red eyes met green. I was wrong about you, Bakugo said. I was wrong every single day. And I knew it. Some part of me knew it the whole time. That's why I hated you. Not because you were weak, because you weren't. And I could see it, and it scared me. You scared me, Midoriya. A kid with no quirk who never stopped trying scared the hell out of me. And instead of dealing with that like a man, I tried to break you. He breathed. In. Out. His hands were shaking in his pockets. I didn't break you. I sharpened you, and that's on me. Every contract, every target, every bullet, that's partially on me. Because I was one more person who told you that you were nothing, and you took that and you turned it into a weapon. Izuku looked at him. At the boy who had made his childhood a war zone, at the boy who was standing on a public sidewalk saying the hardest words he had ever said with the kind of raw, unguarded honesty that Katsuki Bakugo had never once in his life shown to another human being. I know, Izuku said. 2 words. That was all. But they carried the weight of a decade. Bakugo stared at him. Something in his face shifted. Not softened. Bakugo did not soften, but something settled. Like a tectonic plate finding its resting position after an earthquake. At the USJ, Bakugo said, when you told me to cover the East Gap. Yes, I listened. Yes. Why did you trust me with that? Izuku considered the question. Because you're the best combat quirk user in that class by a significant margin. Because your explosion output is scalable and directional. Because your aggression, when focused, is an asset rather than a liability. And because in 11 years of knowing you, I have never once seen you back down from a fight, which meant I could count on you to hold the line. Bakugo was quiet for 3 seconds. Then his mouth did something it rarely did. It twitched. Not a smile. Something smaller. Something that in Bakugo's emotional vocabulary was the equivalent of a standing ovation. You analyzed me, Bakugo said. I analyze everyone. You analyzed me and you decided I was useful. I analyzed you and I decided you were the best option for that position. There's a difference. Bakugo looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned and started walking again. Izuku walked with him. They did not say anything else for 4 blocks. They did not need to. The silence was not empty. It was full of a decade of damage that could not be undone but could, perhaps, be acknowledged. And acknowledgement, as it turned out, was worth more than Izuku had calculated. At the intersection of 4th and Shimura, Bakugo turned left. Izuku continued straight. Midoriya, Bakugo said. Izuku stopped. Next time you need someone to cover a gap, Bakugo said, call me. He walked away. His hands were still in his pockets. His shoulders were set. He did not look back. He did not need to. The offer was on the table, and it was not the kind that expired. Izuku watched him go. Then he continued walking, and somewhere in the part of his brain that filed variables, a new entry appeared under a category that had not existed 3 weeks ago. The category was labeled Allies. It had 2 entries. 6 weeks after the USJ, Izuku found the thread. He had been reviewing the Commission's intelligence files on the League for the 4th time. Not because the data had changed, but because data did not change while patterns did. And the 4th reading of a dataset revealed structural relationships that the first 3 missed. It was a principle he had applied to everything from ballistic tables to hero combat analysis, and it applied here too. The thread was in the communication logs. Encrypted channel traffic between Commission listening posts and unidentified sources in the 6 months preceding the USJ attack. The logs were heavily redacted. The Commission had sanitized them before sending, but the redactions themselves told a story. 23 entries were blacked out. 23 in a 6-month period. That was not routine signals intelligence. That was a sustained, ongoing communication channel between the Commission and someone inside or adjacent to the League. Izuku pulled the metadata. timestamps, transmission durations, signal routing paths. The content was gone, but the architecture remained, and the architecture told him that the Commission had been receiving real-time intelligence from a source within the League's operational network for at least 5 months before the USJ. 5 months. Before the USJ, he cross-referenced the timestamps against known League activities. The pattern was unmistakable. Every major League operational decision, the recruitment of the Nomu, the acquisition of the signal jammers, the selection of the USJ as the target, had a corresponding communication entry in the Commission's logs. Every single one. The Commission had known, not suspected, not theorized, known. They had an intelligence source inside the League, and that source had fed them a comprehensive operational picture of the plan attack on the USJ. Izuku sat in the rented office in Shinjuku, and he looked at the data, and he ran the calculation. And the calculation produced an answer that was so clean and so clear and so ugly that it took him 6 full seconds to accept it. The Commission had known about the USJ attack. They had known about the timing, the location, the target, the method. They had known that the League intended to kill All Might. They had known, and they had not stopped it. Why? The answer was in the succession plan. Izuku had access to that too. Fragments of it buried in budgetary documents and personnel reassignment orders that the Commission had not thought to redact because they did not look like intelligence. But Izuku read budget documents the way he read ballistic tables, and the numbers told the truth. For 18 months, the Commission had been quietly reallocating resources away from All Might's support infrastructure and toward a new framework. New hero endorsements, new public relations campaigns, new emphasis on hero rankings and competitive metrics. They were building a post-All Might world before All Might was gone because they had decided, correctly as it turned out, that his decline was inevitable and that a controlled transition was preferable to a chaotic one. The USJ attack was not a failure of intelligence. It was a controlled demolition. The Commission had let the attack happen because a wounded All Might, a publicly, visibly, undeniably weakened All Might, accelerated their timeline by years. It broke the illusion in a single day instead of letting it erode over months. It gave them justification for expanded authority, increased budgets, emergency powers. It gave them control. And Izuku's bullet, his custom-fabricated depleted uranium round, fired from his custom-built wrist cannon, aimed at a target he had been hired to kill by a League that the Commission had known about and could have stopped, was the instrument of their plan. He had not been hired by the League. He had been activated by the Commission. They had let him take the shot because the shot served their purpose. And now they had him on a leash, working for them, grateful for the protection they offered, unaware that the protection was payment for services he had already unknowingly rendered. Izuku Midoriya sat in the office and he looked at the data, and his heart rate was 64 beats per minute, which was 4 beats faster than his resting rate. And that 4-beat difference was the closest thing to fury his body was capable of producing. He had been used, not by the League. The League was stupid. The League was a blunt instrument wielded by a man-child with a decay quirk and an inferiority complex. The League could be managed. The Commission was different. The Commission was the system itself, the architecture of hero society, the framework that determined who was powerful and who was not, who was protected and who was expendable, who was a hero and who was a tool. The Commission had looked at Izuku Midoriya and seen not a threat to be neutralized, but an asset to be leveraged. They had watched him build himself into a weapon, and they had let him fire because the bullet went where they wanted it to go. Izuku closed the files. He sat in the dark office. The city glowed through the window. His eyepiece was on the desk. Powered down, the red lens dark. He had lines. He had always had lines. No children, no bystanders, no biological weapons. Those were the obvious ones, the ones he stated out loud. But there was another line, deeper, older, one he had never articulated because he had never needed to. Nobody uses me. He picked up the phone. He did not call the Commission. He called Jiran. I need a meeting, Izuku said, with everyone. Everyone being? The Commission, the League, at the same time, in the same place. And I need you to make sure both of them show up thinking they're walking into an advantage. Jiran was quiet for 4 seconds. That was the longest silence Izuku had ever heard from the man. "Kid," Jiran said, "that is the most dangerous thing I've ever been asked to arrange. Can you do it?" "Yeah, I can do it." "When?" 72 hours. The number was deliberate. The same window he had given the League before the USJ, the same preparation time, the same operational rhythm. Location: the Tenmei Bar. Kamino Ward. Full circle. 72 hours, Jiran repeated. "I'll make the calls." The line went dead. Izuku sat in the office and he began to plan. He called Jiro on the second day. She picked up on the first ring, which told him she'd been waiting for a call she did not know she was waiting for. "I need your help," he said. Silence. Not the silence of surprise. The silence of someone recalibrating their understanding of the person on the other end of the phone. "That's the first time you've ever asked anyone for help," she said. "Yes." "Is it going to be dangerous?" "Yes." "Are you going to tell me why?" "In person, not over the phone." She did not hesitate. "Where?" he told her. She came, and when she arrived at the rented office in Shinjuku, he laid it out. All of it. The Commission's intelligence, the redacted logs, the succession plan, the controlled demolition. Jiru sat across from him and she listened, and her earjacks were perfectly still, which Izuku had learned meant she was focused to the exclusion of everything else. When he finished, she was quiet for 30 seconds. "You're going to burn them," she said. "I'm going to expose them. The League and the Commission, both sides, both lies, in the same room, at the same time." "That's insane. The math works." "I didn't say it was stupid. I said it was insane. Those are two different things." She leaned forward. "What do you need from me?" "Your ears. The meeting will have both Commission and League representatives. Both sides will be armed. Both sides will be lying. I need someone who can hear heartbeat fluctuations, micro-vocal stress patterns, and subvocalization in real time and feed me the data. I can read faces. I can read body language. I cannot hear the physiological tells that happen below the threshold of normal human perception." "You can." Jiru looked at him. Something shifted in her expression. Not the sharpness, not the dry challenge, but something underneath. Something that was not about the mission. "You trust me," she said. "I trust your competence. And your judgment. And the fact that 3 weeks ago you tracked me through the national power grid using a frequency signature you captured unconsciously at the USJ, which means your processing capability exceeds anything I can replicate with technology. That's a very technical way of saying you trust me. It's the only way I know how to say it." Jiru smiled. Small, quick. The kind of smile that appeared and disappeared like a note plucked on a string. "Okay," she said. "I'm in." The 72 hours passed. Izuku used them the way he used every operational window. Completely. He prepared the bar. Giron facilitated. Tenmei was his territory, his ground, and he understood the logistics of hosting meetings between people who wanted each other dead. The bar was swept for electronics, jamming systems were installed, exits were mapped. Izuku spent 4 hours inside the building, mapping sightlines, calculating ricochet angles, identifying cover positions, and building the kind of three-dimensional tactical picture in his head that most military strategists needed software to produce. He placed Jiro in a room above the bar, a storage space accessible through a ceiling panel that Jiran had used for surveillance operations before. She would be directly above the main room, earjacks extended through the floor, listening to everything that happened below without being visible. He prepared the evidence. The commission files, the redacted logs, the metadata analysis, the budgetary paper trail, all of it compiled into a document package that was comprehensive, damning, and impossible to refute. He made 3 copies, one for the meeting, one for Jiran's secure archive, one uploaded to an encrypted Deadman switch that would distribute the entire package to 14 major news organizations. If Izuku did not input a cancellation code every 48 hours, he was thorough. He was always thorough. On the night of the meeting, he arrived at Tenmei 2 hours early. Full suit, wrist cannons charged, eyepiece active, 6 tungsten AP magazines and 1 magazine of rubber slugs. He sat in the back booth, the same booth, wall at his back, sight lines to both exits. Jiru was in position above him. He could not hear her, but his phone showed a single text message. In position. Listening. The commission arrived first, not Tsuragomai. Someone higher. A woman. Silver hair, sharp suit, eyes that missed nothing. She entered the bar with 2 escorts, both in civilian clothes, both armed, both flagged amber by Izuku's eyepiece. She crossed the floor and sat across from him without waiting for an invitation. "Midoriya," she said, "I'm told you requested this meeting." "I did." "And I'm told you also invited the League of Villains to the same meeting." "I did." "That is either the most brilliant move you've ever made or the last move you'll ever make." "It's neither," Izuku said. "It's the only move that solves the equation." The door opened again. Kurogiri materialized in the entrance. Behind him, Shigaraki. The hand on his face, the dry skin, the scratching, all of it exactly as it had been at the first meeting. Behind Shigaraki, Dabi. His patchwork face was impassive. His hands were not alight, but the air around them shimmered with heat. 3 League, 3 Commission, 1 Izuku, and 1 Jiro, invisible above. Shigaraki saw the Commission woman and stopped. His fingers twitched. The scratching accelerated. "What is this?" he said. "Sit down," Izuku said to both of them. Nobody sat. "I said sit down, or I can explain the situation from a distance. The information is the same either way, but at a distance, my aim is better." The Commission woman sat first. Professional, controlled. If she was surprised by the League's presence, she did not show it. Shigaraki sat second. Dabi leaned against the wall. Kurogiri stood behind Shigaraki like a shadow with yellow eyes. Izuku looked at them, both sides. The people who had pulled his strings. The people who had used him, separately and simultaneously as an instrument of their respective agendas. "Let me explain why you're both here," Izuku said. He placed a folder on the table, opened it, slid the first document toward the Commission woman. "This is a metadata analysis of encrypted communications between Commission listening posts and a source embedded in or adjacent to the League of Villains. The communication pattern begins approximately 5 months before the USJ attack and continues through the day of the attack itself. The content is redacted, but the architecture is clear. The Commission had real-time intelligence on the League's planned assault, including the target, the timing, the venue, and the method." The Commission woman's expression did not change, but her heart rate did. Jiru's text came through on Izuku's phone, vibrating once in his pocket. Her pulse spiked. 74 to 89. Izuku slid the second document toward Shigaraki. "This is a budgetary analysis of the Hero Public Safety Commission's resource reallocation over the 18 months preceding the USJ. It shows a systematic divestment from All Might's operational support structure and a corresponding investment in what I have labeled a post-symbol transition framework. In plain language, the Commission was building a world without All Might before All Might was gone. The USJ attack accelerated that timeline by years, and the Commission knew it would." Shigaraki stopped scratching. His eyes between the fingers of the hand on his face were fixed on the documents. Not reading them. He was not a details person, but understanding what they meant. And what they meant was simple and devastating, and the kind of truth that made people like Shigaraki very, very dangerous. "You're saying," Shigaraki whispered, "that they let it happen." "I'm saying they knew about the attack and made the decision not to prevent it because the outcome served their strategic interests. They didn't plan the USJ. You planned the USJ, but they knew about it and they chose to let your plan run because a wounded All Might was worth more to them than a safe All Might." He looked at the Commission woman. "You used the League as a tool. You used me as a tool. You let a bioengineered weapon loose on a building full of 15-year-olds because the footage of All Might bleeding was worth more to your succession plan than 20 children's lives." The bar was silent. The kind of silence that precedes either revelation or violence, and the difference between the two was measured in the decisions of the people in the room. The Commission woman spoke. Her voice was steady. Admirably steady, given that Jiru's continued updates confirmed her pulse was now 94. "You have no proof of intent. Metadata is not a confession. Budget documents are not an operational directive. You have circumstantial evidence that could be interpreted multiple ways, and any legal challenge—" "I'm not interested in legal challenges," Izuku said. "I'm interested in leverage." He looked at Shigaraki, then at the Commission woman, then back. "Here is what happens now. Both of you are going to leave this bar and you are going to leave me alone. Permanently. No more contracts from the Commission, no more threats from the League, no more kidnappings, no more surveillance, no more phone calls, no more games. I am not your asset, and I am not your enemy, and I am not your tool. I am done. Shigaraki leaned forward. And if you don't, Izuku said, the document package I've compiled, everything on this table and considerably more, goes to 14 major news organizations simultaneously. The Commission's complicity in the USJ attack becomes public knowledge. The League's internal operations, finances, personnel, and safe house locations become public knowledge. Every secret both of you have spent years building and protecting, gone, in one news cycle. He paused. The Commission loses its authority, the League loses its secrecy, and both of you lose the only things that keep you functional. The Commission woman's eyes narrowed. You would expose yourself in the process. My name is already buried in your systems. If the files go public, the investigation starts with you, not with me. And if it somehow reaches me, I've survived a nationwide manhunt once. I can do it again. Dabi shifted against the wall. His hands flickered. Blue Izuku's wrist cannons were aimed at Dabi before the flicker was a flame. Both barrels, point-blank range for the left. 20-degree angle for the right, accounting for the ricochet off the wall behind Dabi that would put a round through Kurogiri's mist generator if the situation escalated. Don't, Izuku said. One word. Flat. Final thought, Dabi looked at the wrist cannons. He looked at Izuku's eyes. He let the flames die. The terms are non-negotiable, Izuku said. You have 30 seconds to agree. Shigaraki's scratching was drawing blood. The skin on his neck was raw red, breaking. You're burning bridges, Shigaraki said. With everyone. You'll have nobody. I've had nobody for 5 years. I built an 89 contract career with nobody. I survived the USJ with nobody. I rescued my mother from your people with nobody. I am very good at nobody. His phone vibrated. Jiro, his pulse is dropping. He's calming down. He's going to agree. Izuku waited. 27 of the 30 seconds passed. Fine, Shigaraki said. The word came out like he was spitting a tooth. Fine. Stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours. Izuku looked at the Commission woman. She was running calculations of her own. He could see it in her eyes, the same rapid-fire assessment that he performed, except hers was political rather than ballistic. The Commission accepts your terms, she said. Effective immediately, your file is closed. Your operational status is terminated. You are, as far as the HPSC is concerned, a private citizen. I want that in writing. You'll have it within 24 hours. Izuku closed the folder. He stood. He looked at both sides of the table, the villains on the left, the government on the right, and he saw what he had always seen when he looked at systems of power. Machines, engines of self-interest with human faces, capable of great damage and great good and utterly indifferent to the difference between them. He had been part of both machines. Now he was part of. We're done, Izuku said. He walked out of the bar. The Kamino night air hit his face, and it tasted like exhaust and rain and freedom tasted like nothing he had experienced before. Jiro was waiting on the roof. She had descended from the storage room via a maintenance ladder and was sitting on the edge with her legs dangling, earjacks trailing in the breeze. How'd I do? She asked. Izuku climbed up beside her. He sat down. Your biometric readings were accurate to within 2% of what my eyepiece confirmed visually. Your response time on the data relay was under 4 seconds, and you identified Shigaraki's decision point before I did. Is that your way of saying I was great? It's my way of saying the mission succeeded, and your contribution was a significant factor in that success. So, great. Izuku looked at her. She was smiling. Not the small, quick smile from before. A real one, wide enough to show her teeth, bright enough to compete with the city lights below them. He did not smile back. Izuku Midoriya did not smile. But something in his face changed. A softening around the eyes, a relaxation of the jaw, a shift in the geometry of his expression that was too subtle for most people to notice, but that Jiro noticed immediately because she was not most people. Thank you, he said. 2 words. Simple. No calculation behind them. No strategic purpose. Just gratitude, expressed by a person who had never expressed it before, to a person who had earned it. Jiro's earjacks curled. Both of them. The involuntary movement she made when something caught her off guard and she did not have a ready response. You're welcome, she said. They sat on the roof. Below them, The commission woman and her escorts exited the bar, entered a black sedan, and drove away. Minutes later, Kurogiri's warp gate opened and the League disappeared, both sides retreating, both sides licking wounds, both sides recalculating, and between them, on a rooftop, two teenagers who had no business being in any of this, sitting in the quiet, listening to the city breathe. "What happens now?" Jiro asked. Izuku considered the question. He had spent 5 years knowing exactly what came next. The next target, the next contract, the next equation. For the first time, the next was undefined. "I don't know," he said, and it did not scare him. It should have. Uncertainty had always been the enemy, the variable that could not be controlled, the factor that introduced risk. But sitting on this roof, with the wind in his hair and the city below and Jiru's heartbeat steady at 67 in his ear, or rather in the awareness his brain had somehow developed of her presence, the way she seemed to be a frequency he was attuned to without equipment, the uncertainty felt different. Not threatening. Not chaos. Just open. A blank equation waiting for new variables. "You could stop," Jiro said. "The contracts, the commission, all of it. You could just stop. And do what?" "I don't know. Go to school. Learn things that aren't ballistics. Eat lunch in a cafeteria instead of on a rooftop with a rifle." "I don't use rifles." "You know what I mean." He did know what she meant, the ordinary life. The one that had been taken from him, or that he had taken from himself, depending on which version of the story you believed. School, friends, homework, the mundane, unremarkable, beautiful normalcy of being 15 and not carrying the weight of 89 dead in the back of your mind like ballast. "I can't stop being what I am," Izuku said. "The skill doesn't turn off. The brain doesn't turn off. I will always see trajectories. I will always calculate angles. I will always be able to put a round through a target at 400 meters. That's not going away." "I'm not asking it to go away. I'm asking what you do with it when nobody's paying you to use it." A question. Simple on the surface. Oceanic underneath, Izuku thought about it. Not calculated. Thought. With the messy, imprecise, non-mathematical process that most people used for most decisions, and that he had been avoiding for 5 years because it was unreliable and inefficient and human. "I think," he said slowly, "I want to find out." Jiro looked at him. Her ear jack settled. Not curled, not extended, not monitoring. Just resting. At ease. "Good answer," she said. They sat for a while longer. The night deepened. The city quieted as much as Tokyo ever quieted. Stars were not visible, too much light pollution, but the sky had a glow to it, a diffused luminescence that came from a million sources and merged into something whole. Jiru's hand was 6 inches from his on the rooftop ledge. At some point during the conversation, the distance had decreased to 4 inches. Neither of them had moved consciously. Or maybe they had. The distinction was academic. Izuku did not reach for her hand. He was not ready for that. He was not sure what ready meant, or what reaching meant, or what any of the normal human protocols for this situation required. He was, for the first time in his life, encountering a problem that could not be solved with precision, and instead required something he had very little experience with. Patience. But the hand was there, 4 inches away, and it was not moving. He filed it, not as a variable, not as a data point, as a possibility. 1 week after the Tenmei meeting, the commission honored its agreement. Izuku's file was sealed. The manhunt for the USJ shooter was quietly reclassified as a cold case. The footage, while still publicly available, was no longer actively analyzed by law enforcement. Officially, Deadshot remained unidentified. Unofficially, the underground knew. They always knew. But the underground operated on its own rules, and one of those rules was, you don't name someone who doesn't want to be named. Especially when that someone can put a round through your skull from a building you didn't know existed. Izuku's contract career was over. He had not retired with ceremony or announcement. He had simply stopped accepting jobs. Jiran received the instruction with characteristic understatement. Understood, kid, and redirected the inquiries elsewhere. The market adjusted. It always adjusted. But in the bars and the back rooms, people talked about Deadshot the way they talked about natural disasters, with the quiet, unsettled awareness that the thing was still out there, even if it was not currently moving. Toshinori Yagi found his successor, a girl named Mirio Togata, a third year at UA who had a permeation quirk and a smile that could power a city block. Izuku heard about it through Giron's network, and he felt not happiness exactly, but something adjacent, something that looked from the right angle like the ghost of what happiness might have felt like if he had been a different person. All Might, the hero, the symbol, the golden image, was retired. Permanently. The DU round had done what 6 years of slow decline had not. It had ended the performance. There would be no more hero form, no more Texas Smash, no more I Am Here. But Toshinori Yagi was still alive, still teaching. He had accepted a position at UA as a foundational heroics instructor, and he taught from a wheelchair on the days his body allowed it, and from a hospital bed on the days it did not. He was, by all accounts, a better teacher than he had been a symbol. Smaller, more honest, more willing to see the students in front of him as people rather than successors. Izuku did not visit him. They did not become friends. Some distances were too real to bridge with conversation. But once a month, a box arrived at Toshinori's apartment. No return address, no note. Inside high-grade medical supplements, specialized recovery nutrients, and once, just once, a handwritten analysis of Mirio Togata's combat patterns with 17 specific recommendations for improvement. The handwriting was small, neat, obsessively detailed. Toshinori read the analysis 3 times. Then he put it in a drawer with a photograph he kept of a rooftop where everything had gone wrong and nothing had been beyond repair. Months passed. The world rebuilt itself the way the world always does, imperfectly, incompletely, with the cracks showing but the structure holding. The hero system did not collapse. The ranking shifted. Endeavor took the #1 spot with the enthusiasm of a man walking to his own execution. Hawks, the young commission prodigy, took #2 and smiled for the cameras with the practiced ease of someone who had been smiling on command since childhood. Izuku watched from the outside. Not involved, not indifferent, something in between. A spectator who could have been a player and had chosen for the first time to observe rather than engage. He still trained. Every day, the construction site in the mornings, the rooftop ranges in the evenings. His skill did not diminish, because skill is not a faucet that can be turned off. It is a muscle that responds to use, and Izuku used it the way he always had. Obsessively. Completely. Perfectly. But the purpose had changed. The training was no longer preparation for the next contract. It was maintenance. Self-maintenance. The upkeep of a capability that existed whether he wanted it to or not, and that he was learning slowly, carefully, with the kind of patience that did not come naturally to a mind that processed the world at computational speed, to define on his own terms instead of someone else's. Jiro visited twice a week, sometimes on the rooftop, sometimes at the office in Shinjuku, which Izuku had kept because it was useful and because it had become, without either of them planning it, their place. She brought music, vinyl records, because she was particular about audio fidelity, and because the warm analog crackle of a turntable needle was the one frequency she could hear that she had never been able to replicate with her quirk. He listened, not with her ears but with his own, and found that music was mathematics arranged in a way that his brain could appreciate without needing to disassemble. She played guitar for him once. Acoustic. A finger-picked melody in an open tuning that she had written herself and that she had never played for anyone else, and that hung in the air of the Shinjuku office like something made of light instead of sound. Izuku listened, and for the duration of the song, 3 minutes and 47 seconds, he counted without meaning to. The math was quiet. Not stopped, the way it had stopped at the USJ and the safe house and the construction site. Quiet. Running in the background instead of the foreground, making space for something else to occupy the front of his mind. The something else was Jiro. Her hands on the strings, her ear jacks swaying with the rhythm. Her face focused and open and more vulnerable than he had ever seen it, because playing original music for someone is an act of trust that has nothing to do with combat and everything to do with the kind of risk that cannot be calculated. When the song ended, she looked at him. "Well," she said. "Play it again," he said. She did. On a night in late summer, 4 months after the USJ, Izuku Midoriya stood on the tallest building he could find in Musutafu and looked at the city. The eyepiece was on, not scanning, just displaying. The overlay showed the city in thermal, 1 million points of heat, 1 million lives burning at 37 degrees, a million hearts beating at rates that ranged from 40 to 120, each one a variable in an equation that was too large for any single mind to solve. He had spent 5 years reducing the world to equations. Target acquisition, threat assessment, probability of kill. The math was clean. The math was reliable. The math had kept him alive and made him rich and turned a quirkless boy into the most feared operative in the country. But the math had also kept him empty. Not because it was wrong, but because it was incomplete. An equation that accounted for trajectories and velocities and wind resistance, but did not account for a mother's hand on a cheek, a girl's guitar in a quiet room, a childhood friend's admission on a sidewalk. That equation was precise, but it was not accurate. And Izuku had always prized accuracy above everything else. The new equation was bigger, messier. It had variables he could not control and outcomes he could not predict, and a margin of error that made his professional mind uncomfortable. It included Jiro and her frequency. It included his mother and her question. It included Bakugo and his offer. It included Toshinori and his regret. It included the gap in the math, the 1.7 seconds of silence at the USJ, the space where something that was not calculation had risen up and made a choice that changed everything. The new equation was not solved. It might never be. But Izuku had decided, in the same deliberate, conscious way he had decided to kill the tears on the rooftop, to build the wrist cannons, to take the first contract, that he was going to work on it. Not because someone hired him to, not because the logic demanded it, because for the first time in 5 years, he wanted to. That was the variable he had written off. Want. Not need. Not strategy. Not the cold mechanical imperative of a mind optimized for lethality. Want, the simple, human, irreducible desire to be something other than a weapon. He was still a weapon that had not changed and would not change. The wrist cannons were on his arms, the eyepiece was on his face, the skill was in his hands and his brain and the marrow of his bones, and it would be there until the day he died. But a weapon could choose what it aimed at. A weapon could decide which targets mattered and which did not. A weapon could, if it was precise enough and patient enough and brave enough, learn to protect instead of destroy. Not a hero. Izuku Midoriya was not a hero. He would never wear the title, never seek the recognition, never stand in front of cameras and smile and pretend that the world was simpler than it was. He had too much blood on his hands for that, too many contracts, too many quiet nights where the guilt had not come, and the absence of guilt had become its own kind of weight. But something new. Something that lived in the space between the gun and the choice, between the aim and the mercy, between what he could do and what he decided to do, Something the world had no name for because the world had never seen it before. He deactivated the eyepiece. The thermal overlay vanished. The city was just a city again. Lights and noise and the ordinary, extraordinary chaos of human life. His phone buzzed. Jiru. Rooftop? He typed back. Already here. Which one? Tall one. Bring the guitar. 20 minutes later, she was there. She sat beside him on the ledge. She did not plug in her jacks. She did not scan or monitor or analyze. She just sat, and the night was warm, and the city breathed below them, and somewhere in a hospital bed, a skeleton with golden eyes was teaching a girl to punch. And somewhere in a dark room, a man with hands on his face was scratching and planning. And somewhere in a government building, a woman with silver hair was writing reports that would never be read by the public. And here on this rooftop, 2 teenagers who had no business being anything to each other sat shoulder to shoulder and listened to the night. Jiru unzipped the guitar case. She tuned by ear, perfect pitch, no reference needed, her earjack swayed. Any requests? She said. Something new. She played. The notes fell into the dark like stones into water, and the ripples spread and the city absorbed them, and somewhere in the mathematics of everything Izuku Midoriya was and would become, the equation adjusted, not solved. Not complete, but closer. One note at a time, one variable at a time, one choice at a time. He listened. The wind moved his hair. The wrist cannon sat dormant on his arms, charged but silent, ready but still. The most dangerous person in the country closed his eyes and let the music in. And the music did something the math never could. It made him feel like the world was worth aiming at differently. Izuku opened his eyes. The city was spread out beneath him like a problem he had not yet solved. The equation was running. The variables were multiplying. The future was bearing down on him like it always had. Fast, relentless, indifferent to whether he was ready. He was ready. He had always been ready. That was the thing about Izuku Midoriya. The world had looked at him and seen a boy with no power, and the world had been right about everything except the only thing that mattered. Power was not a quirk. Power was not a gift or a birthright or a genetic lottery. Power was the decision to become something, followed by the refusal to become anything less. He looked at the city. He looked at Jiru, who was watching him with those dark eyes that heard more than they saw. He looked at his own hands, steady, scarred, capable of things that most human beings could not imagine. Those hands had taken lives. Those hands had saved lives. Those hands had built weapons and dismantled systems and held his mother's face in a safe house in Yokohama while she asked the only question that mattered. Those hands were his, not the commission's, not the league's, not the world's. His. And what he did with them next was going to be entirely, completely, irreversibly his choice. Jiru finished the song. The last note hung in the air, sustained, vibrating at a frequency that only she could hear long after it had faded for everyone else. "So," she said, "what now?" Izuku Midoriya looked at the skyline. The equation was running. The variables were set, and the answer, when it came, was not math and was not logic and was not anything he had been trained to produce. It was simple. "Now," he said, "I don't miss."
The Chronos Legend roster. Huge respect to the legends fueling this journey. Your support is the engine behind everything we do. Whether you're on the front lines or reaching for the stars, you make this possible. Pro heroes. The elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. Rathakit. Dylan the Proud, D.I., Fire 05. Symbol of peace, the pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype alive. Yamal, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Kenneth Ponteras, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Chris Talley, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SKER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alaster, Adam Youngers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, K, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert. Hope of the universe. The ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact shines across the galaxy. Tayshawn Palmer, Keyshawn, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Sean Brooks, Debbie Vo, L.S. Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ixshoot50, Greg Green, James, Juan, and Zeno KJ. Cold, calculated, never missed once, not a single damn time. If you made it this far, you already know this isn't your average what-if story. Drop a comment, hit subscribe, and pray this man never puts you on a contract. We'll see you next time.